It does appear as if that I am live, gentlemen. Oh. Hello, Decato. Hello, Magdalena's Rex. I just want to, you know, there's a lot of, Oh, wait, why the hell? Nope. It was a great idea. Why the hell? I've gone back to doing that again. I keep doing the same thing, where I open up a tab of my stream to get the URL to paste places. And then I realize, and then I forget to close it again when I start stream, and so I start hearing my own voice in my ears. And it is a very dark and disturbing thing. You don't want to start hearing your own voice in your ears. But it has indeed been a day. There are some things that I will talk about that are, that have happened just today, that some of them relate to the internet, some of them not. The not things first. So, the day that I decide that I'm going to start these weekly news things is the day when the first massive autumn storm of the year hits Ireland. And so, you probably can't hear it, but there is a very, very powerful wind blowing right outside my beloved little man cave. Hello, Eureka. So, if I abruptly go offline, it is because my power has cut. There is... I will be Zeused. I will be like my Kamiyoshi in many ways. But fortunately, it has not happened yet. My power actually did go out for a few hours. I think on early Monday. Yes, it was Monday actually. And that had no wind at all. It just randomly decided to die. I don't know, but that happened. Danny D currently 96S. That is 36 Celsius. And I hear some old baby boomer say how it's much nicer than Canada. I felt my blood pressure spike for a moment, to be honest. Yeah, I would melt in 36 degrees Celsius. I remember the Expo in Birmingham was about 25 at maximum, and that was far too hot. That was far, far, far too hot. The hotel that I was in didn't have air conditioning either. It was supposed to, but they were remodeling, so the air conditioning was non-functional. Yeah, I slept naked outside of the covers, and I was still too hot in that room for, I think, the first night. But fortunately, it wasn't the third story, and so I could open the windows and not be worried about all my wonderful female stalkers trying to break their way in at night at the prospect of finding me naked in bed for them. But no, I don't have quite that much of an ego just yet. We'll wait until I consistently hit 3 view again. Yeah, I've spent most of the early evening chasing guinea fowl around my garden, trying to get them indoors, because for some reason, whenever the wind starts to blow, they just decide they're not going to roost properly at night. Instead of going into their nice, clean, nice, well-ordered run and going into their roosting box, they instead decide to try roosting in the trees. Again, if they did this when it was decent weather, I would understand, but no. They wait until it is high wind to climb up in the trees. So I've had to take a broom, like a yard broom, and run around the trees in my yard and just wave this yard broom in the branches to get guinea fowl to fly down and go back in their run. Which has been a very interesting thing to do, especially since today and I think the last 48 hours, excepting possibly a Niji Sanji or a Hololive graduation, the wind probably sets off some nesting instinct. That's quite possible. But apart from that, I don't think anything else major could possibly have happened that wouldn't be an issue. That would have been more of an issue than has been. Because I sat down for a good 5-6 hours or so. And I decided, overall, I've spread it out quite a lot, but I have been sitting down for 30-minute sessions for the past 2 or 3 days to read through the last 60 or 70 pages worth of posts to find highlights worth talking about. And while I've been doing that, basically it seems like most of the EN VTuber scene is exploding yet again, and a whole bunch of silly stuff has been going on. So I am really torn as to what to actually talk about. Like, my tabs are overflowing. Like, the bountiful tab harvest has been quite incredible. I have something like 50 or 60 tabs worth of stuff to get through. And that's not even counting... I gave myself a hard cutoff for anything that happened after, I think, late Tuesday or early Tuesday. So, let me see. Where did I stop? I am currently at page 4671. Oh, if I don't do this, then please do remind me, because I want to get into the habit. When I read a post, I want to say the page number out loud, so that, in theory, somebody could come back and give more accurate timestamps as to the content that I'm reviewing on the forum. So yeah, I am up to page 4671 on the forum, and there's another... there'll probably be 30 pages of extra content by the time I'm finished here. So, yeah, I think 7 days between these videos will most definitely be long enough for there to be a sufficient buildup of stuff going on. This will probably be my... I'll do another one next Monday, because there's definitely going to be tabs left over and other stuff that I want to talk about. So on Monday, I will do a follow-up, and then on Wednesday, the next Wednesday from this, I will do a more general stream covering some other stuff that's not necessarily as forum-related. Because there's a hell of a lot of stuff. Good grief. People on the Discord are yelling at Murray for being... somebody who uses Mac OS, like the dinosaur that he is. Why on earth... Danny D, why was your message retracted? Oh, that was something you did yourself. Sorry, allow me to just set live chat so I can actually see what people say without YouTube's authoritarian censorship trying to smother everything out. I'm debating talking about what happened today right now or waiting till later. I think that I'll wait till later, because as long as the more time I spend talking about that is time that I am not spending talking about the tab infestation. Oh, good grief. Yeah, it was a typo. Ah, I see. That's good. Let's get some interesting but funny stuff out the way first, because Maid Mint keeps popping up on my radar constantly. Now, I don't actually watch Maid Mint at all, but I do like her personally. She seems to be a very nice person overall, but she is most definitely a bit of a girl failure, because as LeWood pointed out, she went to Japan recently, and then she managed to forget her wallet, which was just a bit of a terrible idea. This is on page 4611, by the way, for the record. Going to Japan 500 yen challenge. I left my wallet at home. I have people saying they'll lend me money. Plus, luckily, my Suica is on my phone and stuff. It's inconvenient, and I cried in the bathroom at the airport, but I'll be okay. I just want to say that as an autistic person, and I'm 99% sure that most serious VTubers, male or female, have autism. It's just such a massive conflating factor. It's, I think, fair to assume in pretty much all cases. I am happy Mint is doing well without Niji's shekels. I quite agree, Magdalena's Rex. I completely agree with that. So, I remember the first time I traveled away from home. I got on the bus to go to Dublin, which was the connection basically to anyone else in Europe. I was going to a convention in England. That was in 2018. No, it was 2016, I think. That was a long time ago now, damn. That was the very first time in my life I went anywhere without family members being present. That was my first solo journey in life, was 2016. Because before then, I regularly went away from home like once or twice every year, but it was always with family. Like, me and my mother traveled around quite a lot of Britain when she was younger and healthier. We used to go backpacking around England fairly frequently, like at least once or twice every single year for like a week at a time. That was always very fun, but this was the first incident where I was completely on my own and responsible for my own stuff. And I managed to leave my I had 3 bags with me, I think. Oh, actually 2 bags. I left one of my bags in the bus that took me from the town that I was in to Dublin. And I only realized it just as I heard that bus starting to spool up its engine to pull out of Dublin bus station. I sat down in Dublin bus station. I thought to myself, oh, thank goodness I'm there. I looked down and realized, wait, didn't I have 2 bags coming in here? And I legitimately still have the occasional stress nightmare about that moment when I realized, oh, whoops. Fortunately, I did realize it fast enough to run back outside and bang on the driver's side window to get him to open the luggage compartment again for me. I am very grateful the guy actually did that. I really appreciate it. I'm pretty certain an English bus driver would have just laughed and driven off like the asshole they all are. I don't think that just because Britain has a good transit industry that the bus drivers are not complete monsters who are gleefully looking for a chance to screw you over. Like, they are minimum wage government workers, so they have no duty of care towards you as the passenger whatsoever. I think that, who was it? Goodness me, I've forgotten it. Like, Singy, like the girl in Nichi-Sanji who sings, you know, one of them. Enna, like, she talked about how bus drivers in Canada, if you were a migrant, he would have cared. That was, I suppose 2016 was already into the migrant crisis, but yeah, he probably would have, even back then. I remember Enna Alouette saying that when she goes to Canada, like, the public transit in Canada is full of assholes, where she's tried to catch buses and they know that she's trying to get aboard them and they actually close the doors and drive away, leaving her there, which, you know, it is very un-Canadian. I really find the Canadian attitude towards, oh, we're so nice, we're so wonderful, is so hollow and vacuous, whereas on beneath the surface, they all seem to be perfectly willing to tear each other to pieces. Remember the motto of the British transit workers? I don't know, that's not my job. It's not just the transit workers, it's also the staff at the postal service and everything like that. Like, to get this tablet shipped to me, Charlotte had to... She first tried to send it through the Royal British Post Office. They tried to send it to Ireland without a customs declaration, so it got turned back, and it cost twice as much as USPS. No, the United... I don't think it's USPS. It's UPS, sorry. USPS is the United States Postal Service, whereas UPS, I think, is the Universal Postal Service. So when she got it back finally, after something like 6 weeks of it just floating around in the Royal British Postal System, she took it to UPS, and UPS was just like, yeah, here's the form you need to sign, give it back to us in 5 minutes. She filled it out, sent it over, and it got to me within 2 days. It took the British Postal System 6 weeks to return it, and it never left the country. So, yeah, like, socialized systems like that, sorry, they just don't work. People should work hard to be above using public transport in any situation. I mean, it is very convenient in a lot of cases. If you're flying, you don't really have much of a choice but to take public transport because, yeah, you're not carrying your car over to another country on a plane. Just look at the state of Canada itself. Their niceness is merely surface level. Yes, in most cases, I can confirm that, unfortunately. Depends on the place. The French Canadians that I know, like Rima Evenstar and several I know in real life, actually are genuinely very nice people. I enjoy talking to them because they are really very nice, and their politeness and their respectableness seems to be pretty honest and sincere. Whereas, like, the English Canadians really seem to have massive chips on their shoulder. Just watch me try, Proctor. But I think that the Maid Mint stuff is quite interesting as well because it sparked a little bit of a discussion, I think it was in the Discord as well, about how Maid Mint really gets an awful lot of attention from corporations, even though the corporations and she herself have said that she has no interest in actually joining them. For example, like Super Duper Samurai pointed out here, Somebody said merely tourist, who is, as we all know, the Nolan of the forum now. Like, Nolan's departure left a massive gap in our competitive punching bag industry, but merely tourist, I think everyone can agree, is a worthy successor to Nolan's glorious crown. So he said in his rat post, possibly will crash their 3D concert, probably will record her own too. But as Super Duper Samurai pointed out, yeah, Maid Mint is already in their concert. She's at Anime NYC and she's getting billing alongside like Tenma, Pippa, Leah, and Uruka. And yeah, let's go on a bit further. Yeah, she also didn't manage to, her time in Japan was very fun because there was a typhoon and also her wallet didn't arrive. Let me just go on. Yep, and this was her wallet as well. I actually really like Japanese money. Like, those Japanese coin designs are really, really, like, clinkable. I like the idea of coins with holes in them. That would be... I would definitely have a bit of an autism moment if I ever got my hands on those coins in real life, because I would be like, oh, you can put them on a string, and you can do stuff with them, and... you know, that you could make like a beaded something or other with them. There's probably some kind of market with Japanese coins as necklaces and so on. That just kind of tickles a weird bit of autism in my brain that I really like. But let's not talk about that too much. Let's not talk about it too much. What's the final thing? Oh yeah, I'll get to that in a second. But yeah, Mint appears to have very good relations with people like Sakana. I believe that somebody also claimed, I don't know if this is true or not, that her new model was paid for by the owner of Niji Sanji. If I've gotten that wrong, please do correct me, but that is what I have heard asserted, or at least what my brain thinks has been asserted. Danny D, I may have a source for JP coins. Let me ask a friend later. Are you in Europe? So, I mean, if you're not in Europe, it doesn't matter, because America is as distant from me as Japan. In fact, I think that it's easier for me to get stuff sent to me from Japan than it is from America. Considerably so. Mint has a strange magnetism. They can't help but want to involve her. Mint is a really, really nice person. Like, a genuinely lovely individual, as far as I can tell. Mint's new model was paid for by Riku, huh? Did I say Niji Sanji? I meant to say V Shoujo. Last I heard it was done by Gunrun, head of V Shoujo. Did I say Niji Sanji just then? If I did, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. I'm sorry. I was absolutely mentally certain I said V Shoujo. I said Niji Sanji. I'm very sorry. That was a complete brain fart on my part. I'm sorry about that. I think you're thinking of the owner of V Shoujo. Riku wouldn't even pay for his talents to have pizza while recording content for him. Yeah, I heard. Yeah, sorry guys. That was just me. Again, my brain is just a little bit frazzled right now because of all the nonsense that has been going on today. If you don't know, there was a terrifying incursion into the Discord that was deeply traumatic for everybody involved. It was a very serious incident which had terrible ramifications. Like, a lot of people were traumatized by it, but like, it's such a serious thing, I don't think I'm going to mention it again until later, because, like, guys, you don't understand. Sometimes people that are very, very dangerous join your places, and they try and get you to say stuff to them, and it's always a very bad idea, okay? Be very careful. Be very cautious. There are some deadly people out there. Some seriously unhinged and insane people. Proctor, I can't believe you're German and living with Thrang. That dog certainly Ishins die Schweiß very well. I'm sorry, Thrang. What am I talking about? I'm not sorry at all. Right, let me reorganize my tabs. Oh, yes. Immediately, we managed to find the one of the hanging tags, the tabs, the tabs that I was kind of setting for later. I must remember how, because I'm using Brave. Brave's tab system is wonderful. I have like 20 different tab groupings that are all listed and categorized. It's really wonderful. I need to tell Kirsha about this stuff because it is just so useful for my productivity. But is my audio thing working properly? No, it's not. The least racist VTuber. I'll just give this a watch because it's hilarious.
I think we should start segregation. Wait, am I allowed to say that on stream?
I don't think any of you realize how wonderful a person Dizzy is. This woman is hiding her power level so much. I really find it kind of tragic that she ended up in FaZe. I mean, she's obviously got some ability, some leeway with FaZe, so she's able to say things like this, but I think that Dizzy as an indie would probably be one of the most unhinged people out there. Like, if Dizzy was graduating, if Dizzy declared she was going to graduate from FaZe, I actually would not consider that a necessarily bad thing, because I can't even imagine how unhinged she would get if she was an indie and didn't have any, like, corporate restrictions on her. You can absolutely bet I would immediately be in her DMs. Actually, probably not. But, I mean, she has acknowledged the existence of the forum before, so, you know, there's that little link there. Dizzy is a sweetheart. You have a healthy fetish for unhinged women, mate. Look, I like women that are intelligent. More intelligent women tend to be more unhinged. It's just that simple. I suppose it's from my twisted sense of humor, but Asian racism is so entertaining. Asians are some of the most racist people on the planet. I remember distinctly when I think the Chinese had a cultural festival to celebrate their contact with Africa, because, like, it's still a thing where China has massive business interests in the African continent. And they had this festival of, like, celebration of African cultural heritage, and to portray the Africans in this cultural heritage festival, they had Chinese women dress up in chimpanzee costumes. And that was an unironic thing that they did, and it was very well publicized at the time. And I'm just like, well, at least you're honest. At least you're not pretending. That's a good thing, I suppose, on some level. Oh, let me just, somebody just sent something in the Discord that I want to ask them if I can read out. I need to wait until I get permission to see if I can read this, because this is hilarious. But until I get that, I will move on a little bit, because on slightly more serious stuff, let me just move those mint tabs over here. There we go, and close them up. No, I say serious, and then it pops out of this one. Yes, Sui Rice, aka Mazumi Peachy, is yeah, $4,000 poorer, no dinner, listening to my sister get railed by the Tinder date she didn't tell me was coming, can't get my headphones, it's over, it's fucking over. And this bitch told me she's quitting her job tomorrow with 0 savings. Who does she think is gonna pay her bill half? This Ace of Spades comments, maybe her Tinder date is loaded in more than one way. And she just says, no, she is only attracted to opioid addicts. Oh, good, this is public. Good, I can't read that. The guy howled outside my window while he was leaving. My life is a fucking sitcom. He knows that she's a maned wolf. It was a mating call. This guy, he's only going after the sister so he can get to the Mozu. Honestly, I respect the grift. Like, that's a brave man right there. Why are so many VTubers' families train wrecks? Again, it goes back to what I was saying earlier. To be a VTuber, you need to have at least one mental illness. There are no exceptions to this rule, ever. It's just like, to be a role player, you need at least 2 mental illnesses. Mine is ADHD and autism. But VTubers, if you are a VTuber, that, like, VTubing is a pathway in life that you go down if you have already excluded other pathways in life. The people who are VTubers are the kind of people that could be I don't know, stage performers or dancers or public presenters, etc., and so on. You know, the same general principle of having contact with an audience on a semi-professional transactional basis, but they choose to do it online through an avatar. You usually only do that if you have mental issues that make you insular, isolated, or introverted. So, and the thing is, those kind of things tend to run in families. Like, my family has a very strong male lineage autism problem. And from my mother's side, goodness, I have no idea, but my mother is an extremely eccentric artist as well, so who is at least 2 standard deviations more intelligent than average, and came from a family of where both parents were probably in the 125 IQ range. So yeah, I have very strong mental divergence baked into both sides of my family, and neither of my parents lived traditional lives whatsoever. As the Kiwi Noir says, very true, you need some level of brainwat and menhera to be the best girl failure VTuber. I agree, and Mozu is most definitely a girl failure, but she's a lovely girl failure who I have an immense level of appreciation for. So, I mean, this is hilarious to read, but I do feel very sorry for her, because I know it's very... I'm fortunate. I am the youngest of my siblings, so I don't have... I don't really have to deal with having younger siblings that are worse than me, but I have at least one sibling whose life is nowhere near as bad as this, but kind of a, what's that meme? I know you're going through a lot right now, but you brought it on yourself. Like, she's the living embodiment of that meme, shall we say. Is Fallen Shadow the most clinically mentally ill VTuber, or has Mickey Nico surpassed her? Somebody posted on Reddit in response to a Mickey Nico mega simp recently, talking about why Mickey Nico is one of the worst VTubers and has a whole ton of enablers. Fallen Shadow, at the very least, I don't even watch Fallen Shadow, but I mean, I know she is crazy in a fairly good way. But she acknowledges that she has schizophrenia, and as far as I'm aware, she does have active clinical help with it. Whereas Mickey Nico, as far as I'm aware, has never even seen a psychiatrist. No, Russia is legit insane and medicated. Is she? I was not aware that she was actually taking medication, although, I mean, I don't consider things like antidepressants to even be legit medication at this point. Yeah, Fallen Shadow is aware of it and is undergoing treatment. Mickey Nico is an untreated BPD gremlin. Yes, I can definitely agree. I think that Mickey Nico is very, very much a gremlin and is very, very much BPD. Like, she has all the BPD traits, and if even half of the stuff that has been said about her by other people that have interacted with her is true, wow, that is a cocktail of crazy, and I am very glad that she has never bred. Like, that is one person who I don't think Shinzo Abe would have wanted to reproduce in his glorious society. This is apparently a copy pasta from the Pippa Discord, so I will just save that for later and potentially read it. Let us continue anyway to actually get through. I must, if I start tangenting on stuff, please tell me to stop, because I genuinely do want to get through stuff tonight, as opposed to just randomly spinning off into nowhere and getting like 3 tabs done, okay? Also, let me adjust myself in my chair. My chair is very creaky. It's quite upsetting. This chair is second-hand, and it has had many asses in its seat over many years. I think that several screws have fallen out of it, so one day it's probably going to collapse beneath me in an extremely comedic fashion that hopefully will be caught on stream. I wonder if any other VTuber has ever had their gaming chair just collapse beneath them as they've been streaming. Ah, lovely water. Good grief. Does anybody hear the wind through my microphone? I'm not sure if it picks it up, but like the panels on the wooden shed that I'm in right now are actually creaking as the wind blasts against them. Now, where was the next thing that I wanted to consider? Or did the mint stuff? That's the Mozu stuff. Oh yeah, this is on page 4695, by the way. We already talked a little bit about Dizzy, so I think that covering Dizzy again makes sense. This is on page 4649. And yeah, Dizzy is apparently stepping down from FaZe Weekly, and this really hit a lot of people strangely. There's Lurker Muck Slur that I can't say on YouTube, who has a hate on for Dizzy that I don't quite get. Mind you, he has a hate on for Rosa as well, which honestly kind of justified because Rosa's pretty insane. And he kind of spurred out about this a little bit in that, but I always liked FaZe Weekly. People said that Dizzy phoned it in. I never really got that impression all that much. I do think that Dizzy probably has quite a bit of performance anxiety when it comes to this kind of content, and she's kind of constantly mentally thinking, should I let the Menhera flow, or should I try and be a bit more grounded? I think she should let the Menhera flow, because she's always better when the Menhera is flowing. Sorry, I've turned off my comments. There we go. He is just a passionate Latinx. She was trouble keeping up with it. Gigadramon 6, people with cluster B conditions tend to think there's nothing wrong with them and will only change when they hit rock bottom. Yes, I can agree with that. I have known several people in my life who have been much like that. Let me scroll down to see if there's any more commentary about this. Unfortunately, not really. Oh yeah, there's the JoCat stuff as well, which we will get to very soon. Yeah, the mating press stuff on Twitter was trending as well, which is just a little bit worrying. No, there's nothing more about it on this page. Oh no, here it is. Oh yes, this is Lurker's commentary on the whole thing. Literally anyone would do it 100 times better than her. Bitch phoned it in every week, had the enthusiasm and banter of a wet turd. Not even having a co-host would save it, and the few times she had one. Tenma of all people did a much better job than her the one time she hosted, and I effing hate Tenma. I do think it's BS. He doesn't actually paid her for hosting it, but that may have been one of the conditions to have her join as an invader, because in his words, her only saving grace was her model, and he's 100% right. I do think that's a little bit mean. That's not really particularly honest. That is why she is so good. She was having trouble keeping up with it. I meant, thank you, Johnny D. What are your thoughts on Casper Cattesini? I know that name, but I don't think I have anything read up about him. I saw something about them in passing, but I had so much other stuff on my plate that I was just like, I don't really care about this right now. If you can explain what Casper Cattesini is a little bit more, I could definitely take a look into it, but I can't promise anything right this moment. Magny. Oh, is that his new model? Is that Magny's new model? I did think I scrolled past some posts which were saying, like, he did a model reveal, or was it like an opening stream or whatever, and the chat was 95% rancid Fujoshis wanting to peg him. Stuff like that. Hating Dizzy and Tenma, bad taste. Magny, new life, yeah. I have no real thoughts on Magny at all, because Magny is just a very desperate gay man. I'm sorry. He strikes me as just an absolutely stereotypical, completely impulsive, directionless gay man who will never breed and therefore has nothing else worth focusing his life on, aside from whatever fleeting fancy takes his idea at the moment. He looks like a McDonald's hamburglar. Magny wasted his golden goose. Yeah. It absolutely was rancid Fujos who wanted to plunder his butthole. I do have no idea why women like gay men so much. I really don't. I mean, I can understand feeling safe around a gay man, because obviously a gay man is not going to be interested in you sexually, but women wanting to watch gay men do stuff together is just something that is really, really strange. Casper has been very clear his content as Casper is going to be 100% safe for work. His explicit words were family friendly. If you believe that, I have a bridge to sell you. It's Lando, okay? He's never been SFW. He's the kind of impulsive guy that I can completely think chafing under a family friendly banner. He's gonna slip very soon. Fujos are disgusting but also terrifying. I mean, it is extremely fun to watch the Fujoshis in the Discord talk about their Fujo stuff to the audience of Latinas, or Latinos rather. Or no, I should use the proper name, Latines. The Latines in my Discord. I don't know, I watched a couple of the Casper streams and they were pretty alright, nothing special. He was very SFW. Women fetishes fetishize gay men because they don't understand how nasty gay sex is and just effectively imagine them to be women with penises. I remember Porian, the wonderful Porian, who I love and cherish very much as one of the greatest contributors to the Discord and the forum, sending me that Bug Chaser documentary. I managed to get about an hour into the Bug Chaser documentary, and then I was so physically sickened by what I was watching that I just turned it off, and I have not watched it since. It was genuinely some of the most rancid and revolting stuff I have ever seen in my life. Like, that is the kind of thing that makes people actively more homophobic to watch that kind of documentary. Just seeing the level of astonishing degeneracy where people had sex swings and sex shops where they were like, yeah, for my 18th birthday, I'm going to participate in a 100-man gangbang. I'm just going to be tied up in this cellar with my legs open around my neck, and I'm just going to let 100 men all come up and gangbang me. Like, that was the kind of nonsense that was in that documentary, and these were guys saying it with a completely straight face, and I'm just like, dude, I think maybe you should step back and think about your life just a tiny bit more. It's worse when you're the target of Fujos. A friend of mine moved states and deleted his entire online footprint because of them. Yeah, that can be a pretty weird. VTubers, yes, I'm sorry. Like that, I just felt I needed to get that off my chest. Ugh, you are tangenting about gay sex. That's horrifying. It is horrifying. It really is horrifying. And again, I blame Porian for that. Sweden is not a good place, okay? The Swedish people are very weird. Careful, you'll make a certain Baldo man hard with those statements. I mean, I'm genuinely curious. Is a man who wants to be pegged by a woman gay? Is that something that is... Would you call a man that wants to receive anal sex from a woman a repressed homosexual or a bisexual? Is it possible to want that kind of thing and still be straight, as it were? I'm curious. Yes? If cocking ass, yes? Yes? Yeah, I kind of agree too, because like I have hung around the role-playing scene, okay? Basically every single like femboy or character that ever kind of signaled they wanted to be dominated by a woman in any way, they were almost always at the very least bisexual. 3 out of 10, I would say. On the gay scale. How on earth did we get on this? Dearie me, this has already turned into a classic Proctor stream. Yes, but apparently prostate massage feel good, or so they say. I remember, it's really funny, I watched a video once where a guy was talking about, it was a podcast, and he said that he had to get a rectal exam for cancer, and like he had to have his prostate examined, and he said that was the most physically painful and discomforting thing he'd ever had done in his entire life, and he has absolutely no idea how any man can enjoy having their prostate stimulated in any way. So, you know, I kind of doubt that. It's less than 100% straight, but it's not fully into the gay area. A yellow flag, not a red one. I just tuned in and I'm going to tune right out. I swear, this has never happened to me before. This has never happened to me before. Men who get pegged are gays in denial of negative masculinity. John VTuber, why did you just send a blank message? I didn't even know you could do that. Can I do that? Oh, you can. Oh, I didn't know that. Seems weird oversight with YouTube. So, actually getting back onto topic, I swear. Definitely swinging around. This is on page 4644. OffKai has, speaking of gay men, actually, speaking of gays and degenerate sexualities, here we have something that OffKai is sponsoring, which is the V-Fleet project, which is taking place on the USS Hornet, which is a retired, I'm not sure if is it a nuclear carrier? I'm not sure. But it's a US aircraft carrier. Prostate, hi, hello, Lumi. Hello, you just, you turn up at interesting times in the discussion, shall we say. Also, I love how my concurrent viewers on my YouTube screen is now completely lost the plot. Oh boy, what timing. The Hornet gets used for all sorts of weeb and airsoft stuff. Yeah, somebody pointed out later on in the thread that this is fairly common for the US's Hornet. I'll just scroll down all the way because this is a fairly contiguous argument. As Nelilove said, how much money did they blow to do this? Also, VTuber concerts look good in dark stadiums and theaters because the screams are semi-concealed. The screens are semi-concealed. This is obviously just going to be a big screen on an aircraft carrier. I have actually seen some walkarounds of like museum ships and so on, and a very consistent problem all of them have had has been wind noise, because they're usually out on the water, and next to the coastline there's always a fairly strong sea breeze. And at VExpo, like, they had audio issues at VExpo. I would be seriously curious, how on earth is a concert going to work on a museum ship anchored at harbor with a strong sea breeze blowing? I mean, they might have a chance to have it be on a day when there's no wind. That's possible, but I mean, that's up to the vagaries of fate. They do AL, do you mean AI, or is AL an abbreviation for something else? Tsuge. The hangar deck on an aircraft carrier is extremely large, unlike, say, a battleship. Oh, I know. I haven't been on them, but I have I had a bit of naval autism once. I used to be very into naval stuff. In fact, I first got into War Thunder to play the naval combat version, and then I realized the naval combat version of War Thunder is one of the worst game modes in the entirety of computer gaming ever. So I very quickly stopped playing naval game modes. Proctor lore unlocked. I mean, I've been pretty honest in the past that I was big into the history community before I started doing stuff with VTubers. Isn't it docked in a sheltered spot? It could be. It could be. Again, it's just like the little things like that make me think, yeah, there's a chance for stuff being... there's a chance of stuff being weird. And remember, this is OffKai, okay? This is OffKai. OffKai does not exactly have a very good track record of having good technical quality and making sensible financial decisions. Release World of Warships was the only naval game worth playing. Yeah, I've heard that World of Warships is pretty terrible nowadays. Play a small ship, get spawn killed by bigger ships, repeat. Yep, that was basically my War Thunder experience. I enjoy planetary bombardment. What a coincidence. I enjoy arse blasting in planes. I'm not sure you want to admit that in public. Yeah, Restless Rain said, a quick Google search shows that the USS Hornet is a downed World War II aircraft carrier. It has now become a museum and event place that can sit for 3,000 people in San Francisco. So it's in California. Joy. A proper cinema would have been better, but from what I can see, most of the facilities for this besides... It has most of the facilities for this besides the giant screen. T Destroyer Chud. So this solicited quite a bit of commentary. One of the things that museum ships in the US let people use their ships as a venue for things. There was a convention on one like last year called CarrierCon, and I think a gacha game had an event aboard one of them too, but I don't remember the details. And also, pointed out that this is actually V-Fleet. So V-Fleet is some kind of new warship-themed VTuber group, and Restless Rain commented on it, said, a look at the talents of V-Fleet are sitting between 750 to 3,000 followers on Twitch. They're also anime girls with large tits that they claim are based on military vehicles. The venue choice makes sense based on that, but I don't know if I'd be trying to host a live concert if my most popular talent didn't even have 3K followers. Only a very small fraction of the fan base is going to attend a live VTuber concert. This honestly looks like a group trying to run before they've even taken their first steps. They should be spending money advertising, maybe hosting meet and greets at cons to try and build up the fan base and their following. Concerts are a long-term goal that is something that medium and large corpos should be shooting for, not a no-name corpo that's still trying to get brand recognition. Warships tits, I'm listening. Welcome, Arclight. It would be more expensive on an active ship, perhaps. Oh, of course, absolutely. I wonder... that's actually... I want to find this. I want to find this now. Here's OffKai's tweet about it. They are saying diverse lineup, so it's not just them, which makes more sense. We have a diverse lineup for this concert. Please stay tuned for additional info. I do not want to support anything that OffKai does these days because, yeah, OffKai hate. I hope that OffKai is not around next year, but unfortunately, it seems like the way the industry is, it's just like a case of, we'll make do with it because there's no better options. I think that VExpo, I'm sincerely hoping, I got in contact with the VExpo guy that I spoke to before going to England. He didn't hard confirm whether there will be a VExpo 2025. I desperately hope there is, because I really want to go again next year. I really desperately hope. If VExpo happens next year, I will definitely buy an Akasupa ticket, and I might even buy some. I would love to. Next time there is a British convention, a British convention, I would love to volunteer. I don't think you even need to volunteer. Maybe you do. Actually, I should ask him. Actually, I'll just ask him if you need to be a volunteer or anything to have like the digital meet and greets that people were doing. They burned us, but it's too convenient to shelve outright. I assume you're talking about OffKai. I agree. But yeah, I would absolutely love the next year to see about getting some VTubers going around on the like the iPads they have, because at VExpo they had stands that were being run around the convention hall, so they had a pretty professional setup for that. Although I guess it's pretty standard as well for conventions. If I could get like 2 or 3 people to sign on and say, yeah, I'd like you to wheel me around on a iPad or whatever, that'd be really cool. Is the read I'm getting from the room? I think you mean room. Co-sponsor it? I mean, I literally tried this year, but I was just too late, and pretty much all of their spots had already gone. Next year, maybe. I am definitely planning to do something a lot bigger next year when it comes to VExpo. Now that because I sincerely thought about doing a bunch of stuff for VExpo, but then I was like, I really don't want to publicize it because I am just worried that if I come out there and say, hi, I am Proctor Zakharov, like some asshole is going to, somebody like Fruit would, like, Fruit was physically at the convention. I was seriously tempted to walk up to her and just say, hey, Fruit, where's the money? Or something like that. Like, the gremlin inside of me would have loved to do that, but I guarantee you, she would have gone straight to the security and she would have gotten me thrown out, like, on the spot. She would have just turned around, walked up to the staff and say, oi, that guy, throw him out, please. That's the kind of person she is, and you have to remember that kind of stuff. Like, remember, places like VExpo are corporate sponsored, and if a corporation like Brave Group is paying VExpo $10,000 and they don't want somebody to attend VExpo, you can bet your ass they will have the power to say, kick this guy out, and VExpo would do it, and I don't blame them. Like, if I was hosting a convention and somebody who was promising me $10,000 said, we don't want this person in your convention, I'm sorry, I would have to throw them out. I would be honest about it. I would be completely transparent and say, look, our sponsors don't like you. You're free to complain about this. I don't care. I have to do this because if I don't do this, there will be no convention. And I hope you understand. But I would have to do it. It's that simple. When you're dealing with business decisions that big, you don't get the opportunity to go, yeah, I'm standing on my principles, unless it's something incredibly ridiculous, like them clandestinely trying to throw somebody out who has no reason to do so. For somebody who is, like, for example, I think it was False ID. Was it False ID who got chucked out of OffKai or some other convention? I think that is perfectly fine for a major sponsor to say, hey, there is this known muckraker and shit stirrer who is going to attend your convention. We don't want him there. I would be like, yeah, I can understand why you wanted to do. It was false. You would apply the same standard to the Kirsch. Would you apply the same standard to the Kirsch situation? The Kirsch situation was cloak and dagger, and my opinion on that is that OffKai had the absolute unquestionable right to decide who would and would not attend OffKai. That is their right. They have every right to decide who does and does not attend. However, what they tried to do was play it both ways. They tried to pretend that there was no discrimination going on at OffKai, that everybody was welcome, that everybody could show up, that there were no problems, and there was no blacklist. They tried to get Kirsche to shut up about it and not to say anything. That is where it crosses the line. Now, just to compress my opinion, if I was running a convention and somebody who was offering me $10,000 came to me and said, "We will pull out unless you get rid of this person who has a grudge against our company or will be damaging to our brand or is a drama tuber or whatever," I would say, okay, I am going to disinvite that person out of a cold business decision. What I am going to do, I'm going to go to that person and I'm going to tell them why I did it. And I'm going to say to them, if you want to make a stink about this, go right ahead. I don't care. That's your right. Now, you can say that's maybe well, I won't say it's a strange decision. Like, from my perspective, that is what... And also, like, to begin with, I would also say outright... and this is why I respect VExpo. VExpo, when I asked, did say to me explicitly, we are dependent on our shareholders or our sponsors, and we make decisions as to who is allowed at VExpo based on the desires of our sponsors. They were honest and upfront with me. And I respect that very strongly. VExpo tried to have it... OffKai tried to have it both ways. They tried to... They didn't even update their policy or anything. If OffKai had been up and honest about it and put on their website, we exercise the right to remove people that are not that do not, out of personal desire or personal preference or the desires of our volunteers, I would say that would be fine, because it's their right to do so, if they were honest about it. But they weren't, and they deserve to be held over a pillar for that. They deserve to be pilloried for it. The con was WeebCon, and it was Niji that kicked Purple Keemstar out. Ah, I see. One of our sponsors called them by name, told us they would pull out if we invited. WTW, I'm not sure what you're saying there. If you could give me more context, I would really appreciate it. But yeah, anyway, that's the OffKai ramble that I had. There was another post about this here. Oh yeah, here it was. This was rather a funny post by HTTN. Enlistment numbers are down across all branches. Crank up the psyops. Join the Navy. Join the army. Good grief, I haven't actually seen that fan art before. That's actually really pretty. Join the Air Force? Whoops, sorry. I clicked the wrong thing. Apparently there is legit reason why Niji hates false. I'm not surprised. OffKai was given multiple chances to fix their problems. It's clear they failed to hold themselves to that standard. Yes, I completely agree. Guess I'm joining the Navy now. False is a shit stirrer, to be fair. I completely agree. Brave man opening spoilers on a live stream. I mean, I have again, I've read all of this before, so I knew it was just tits. It's just tits. It's nothing more explicit than that. I mean, good grief, I didn't realize there was this many tits. But those are some, you could moor a battleship to those. Screw that proctor that is making me want to join the Air Force. If a sponsor has a problem with a VTuber and doesn't want them there, it should be okay for you as a company to state why and because of who you do it to. I think that's what you meant to say. That's exactly my point. Vox's docs was posted on 4chan and him moving wasn't public knowledge. False reported he was moving and it was a huge security thing that had to be dealt with. Airshow is actually good to watch if you can handle a M*ALE. Nichi-sanji has a corporate culture that can only be compared to an abusive narcissist, and people like that are obsessive about how they're perceived. False shits on their public perception. We actually have a tab for false ID that I will go into after I've gotten through a bit more of the stuff here. So give me a few more moments. That's the OffKai stuff. What do we have? Let's look at something next. A fairly large thing that I think is relevant. Speaking of... No, that's not it. That's Dizzy and FaZe Weekly. Let's just move it back there. Let's use that tab. Sorry, I'm doing a bit of live adjustment of things because it's difficult to keep track when you have like 20 different tabs. 20 different tab groupings, rather. False used to not shit on Niji until Niji copyright striked his channel. Yeah, we can loop back to the false stuff later because I do have a dedicated tab for that based on what happened recently with false ID, but we'll continue with this for now. That's Mint stuff. That's, yeah, so... This was a fairly interesting thing, and a very sad thing, actually. This was Iron Project's Kila Kuriyami, and I find her graduation to be really quite depressing because I really, really liked Kelia. Is it? I'm gonna keep saying Killer because that's it's like Killer, Orcas, etc. I actually used to know somebody called Killer, so it's going to be really difficult to pronounce her name right. Drama tubers have no principles, as always. Overall, yeah, I'd say that 95% of all drama tubers just muckrake with no further thoughts on it. Oh, that reminds me. Let me scroll up for a tiny bit. Mama Oko, you said something earlier. I heard that a certain elf VTuber has rumors of making her own VTuber group. Redclaw Def seems to think so. How funny would that be? An Ilara VTuber group would be an endless mine of content that I cannot wait for. I don't engage with Ilara personally because I'm just a tiny bit too spicy and right-wing on my opinions about people like Ilara to probably be allowed to openly state my opinions on them. So, yeah, I don't talk about Ilara too much, but Ilara... the trouble is, Ilara is very kind of obscure and doesn't really get a huge amount of attention out of the drama circles. I really wish it would be possible to make an actual thread on Ilara's nonsense and shenanigans on TVA, because the trouble is that people on TVA just don't like talking about commentary channels at all, and I don't really blame them. Ilara who? Yeah, exactly. Ilara is a drama tuber who streams with one of the most aggressively offensive models I have ever seen in my life. It is like a 3D model with gargantuan bowling ball-sized tits with completely absurd jiggle physics to them that she used to pop up on my Twitter timeline an awful lot. She was one of the first accounts I ever actively muted when I started using Twitter because she constantly would post GIFs of her model like titty bouncing, and it was incredibly disgusting to me. Hot air balloon sized tits. Yeah, exactly. It was indicative of certain mental tendencies, which I will not tangent about at the current moment. I remember her now. Congratulations on needing therapy. Why are so many people beeping me right now? Oh, sorry, let me just respond to something that somebody mentioned. They were... Sorry, this is just something I need to quickly respond to. Sorry about that. Somebody just pinged me about something that I wanted to give them a very important update to. I've noticed a few small drama tuber channels popping up in my feed. The only people that I think are actually decent at the moment in the sphere is the Under the Tea podcast, and also, I wouldn't even call him a drama tuber. He's not a drama tuber, really, but he does touch on similar things. The Armchair Expert is a very good content creator who I really hope does well in future. He does very good analytical stuff, and he also uses TVA's material quite a bit in what he does. I talked to him personally by now. I got in contact with him. I would really love to do a collab with him someday, so that would be really fun. I'm just not entirely sure what we would talk about exactly, because I'm still bad at scripted content, which is really annoying. Armchair is actually interesting. I like him. Yeah, he's a good guy. I think he's got that specific kind of autism which makes him very analytical and actually pretty impartial. He doesn't strike me... See, the trouble is with an awful lot of people who are their drama tubers, the problem is I look at them and I go, yeah, what skeletons are you hiding in your closet? Because far too many people get into drama tubing because they're like, oh yeah, I can mudsling and be angry about people. Oh, Rima? Yeah, Rima is very decent too. But again, Rima, I think, has kind of made her content a bit more about general VTuber news as opposed to purely drama stuff. So I'm not even sure where she intends to take her channel in future, but she doesn't seem to deliberately like wade into the reeds very much, and I'm okay with that. I think she's a nice person who does good stuff. Rev is good. Nosagi wants to be the drama. Rev, I basically don't watch. I've never really watched Rev. I know that Kirsha is either friends with Rev or, well, I mean, she is friends with Rev because, like, Rev and Straub pulled out of OffKai over Kirsha's blacklisting. Proc, do you know some of my skeletons? I have autism, which is bad enough. Okay, the worst skeleton you ever have, you have ever, like, revealed to anybody is, like, so far beneath the border of what I would consider to be, well, I suppose cancelable or whatever, that it barely even matters. Like, the kind of people that I'm talking about for drama tubers are, like, people that have actively slandered other people, that have been involved in... That's another thing with, like, the Taiga stuff, is that not a single person who has ever labeled any accusation against Taiga can do so from a moral high ground, because it's very, very obvious that they were all degenerates together in their own group, and it's only now, after he's gotten successful, that the other people who didn't get successful are now basically trying to use the material that they all participated in together back then to try and tear him down. That's my read on the whole Taiga situation, and I'm just like... Nah, it's really disgusting and sordid. That's a good term for it. It's extremely sordid. He sometimes gets too deep on some random 50-follower VTweeter account. Yeah, I do agree. I try and don't be like Grev, he's an obvious grifter. I think the term grifter gets thrown around a bit too much in the VTuber sphere. I just think that it's a difference between, like, I try my best to, I'm gonna huff my own farts for a second and say that I really try and have integrity when it comes to covering drama. I don't want to just go off, I don't want to be like, this random VTweeter has a take that I disagree with, and I think this is indicative of all the problems that are endemic in Western VTubing, and if we do not pay attention to our own communities, we will see this kind of thing really dominating our scene, and we must all be on our guard and make sure we do not allow this VTweeter with 50 views to... whatever the hell it is. I don't know, I kind of ran out of steam there. Sorry. There seems to be a lot of covert warfare in the VTuber sphere. Seems to be? Mr. T800, you are definitely in the wrong timeline. The timeline that you have teleported in from has a lot less of the has a lot more of the seems to be, whereas there's nothing. In fact, I would go so far as to say there is nothing covert about the warfare that goes on in the VTubing sphere. Good grief. Grifting implies people don't believe what they're talking about. It's overused. If anything, the term people should be using is opportunist. Yeah, exactly. I think it's less grift. He just needs a video every day. Yeah. Rev's whole shtick is, look, aren't these anti-Hololical people weird? It gets tiring after the first few hundred times. The Bunnyman Kyo doesn't seem too bad and hide anything or shit stir intentionally. I've been quite impressed by Kyomaru, actually, overall. I mean, when I say impressed, I do mean that he has managed not to get a giant call-out on him or anything that I'm massively aware of. Maybe I should reach out to him at some point, because he does seem to, at the very least, have a tiny bit of morals and judgment on the stuff that he covers, whereas there's no way that I can say that about Nuxtaku or False ID. So I've avoided those kind of people in general because I don't want to be pigeonholed with them, but if I can form new connections, that I never consider that a bad thing. Rev is not a grifter since he is very consistent with his views. He just likes to latch on to minor crap and make a big deal out of it. Yeah, and the trouble is, it's kind of a catch-22 situation, because one of my problems is that I don't want to talk about stuff that I feel is insignificant, shall we say? But that means that I literally have to wake up sometimes and go, wait, shit, I have basically nothing to stream about. There are going to be great news days and there are going to be slow news days. And as a content creator, you're faced with the problem that you can have a content drought, but if you don't, YouTube hates it when you don't stream or don't make content consistently. And even if you have a dedicated fan base that is willing to support you and is willing to wait like a week, 2 weeks, or even a few days between video releases, going that long without posting anything on YouTube will kill you in the algorithm. The algorithm will murder you and it will leave you behind and it will nuke your discoverability. You have to be on the treadmill and you have to run on the treadmill. So I can understand completely when content creators basically make mountains out of molehills because they kind of have to. It looks at my last upload 2 weeks ago. Speaking of Nux, will you bring up the recent stuff with his Reddit? I probably will near the end of this stream. Consistency is probably the biggest factor in channel growth. Yeah, I agree. And I feel incredibly privileged that I can go on like a month or two, I think it was like 2 or 3 months, of not really doing any streams and come back and I'm currently sitting at 74 CCV. That is a really lovely thing. And I want to make it very clear, I am insanely grateful to people for bothering to watch me over anybody else. Oh, good way to share this. Sometimes anime has filler. It's useless, but they need to have it. Yes, yeah, that's actually a very good comparison. That is, it is basically content creators have to do anime filler arcs while the manga catches up. If you don't keep up the relentless pace, you get caught in the gears of the machine and ground up and spit out. Absolutely. I guess she's not an EN indie, but I can't believe you've never mentioned the fact that one of the most successful and beloved VTubers is graduating in just a week. The trouble is, that's in kind of an awkward place because that happened several weeks ago by now. So, and it's another thing where it is talked about so massively. What would I even have to say about Aqua's graduation? Because I've never watched Aqua. I have no real strong opinions on her graduation, apart from, you know, it's really sad that a massive content creator for 6 years is graduating. But I feel, again, it would be disingenuous of me to make it a big thing on my channel when I've got no connection with her. I am not really affected by our graduation at all. I think it has interesting implications that I'll get onto in a little while, but yeah, as it's just another day at the office for me. Oh, Mr. Underhill, did you see his hate drama tubers post? I don't know who Mr. Underhill is. Oh, is that somebody in my chat? Yeah, I'll look back at that in a second. Since you're tangenting about drama tubers, what are your thoughts on Mr. Underhill, and what about Irundel, the Aussie Rabbit? I don't know who either of those people are. Sorry. If those people are drama tubers or whatever, I've literally never heard of them in my life. Oh, let me find and link that you. He's funny. Okay. Anyway, I will try and be back on topic for now. This is on page 4658. And this I find is interesting. The annoying thing about the Iron Project graduation, I have heard some rats, and those rats are slightly worth more than the average VT schizo post, and we will get into them. Her note to her fans. Where is it? I'll just open this on Twitter. The Twitters. To my darling boys, I know this may come as a surprise, but I don't want you to be sad. This was a very hard decision for me to make, and I have thought long and hard for a good few months now. I am graduating. Every single moment we have shared together has been one I will carry in my heart forever. Since the day I debuted, you have all stood by me through thick and fire, and have made me the happiest Dorka alive. Seeing how much that you've all flourished and watching this community grow has been an honor, and I hope you all continue to pursue your passions and dreams even after I'm no longer around. The girls in Iron Project are Iron Project. I keep pronouncing it Einen Project for some reason. I do apologize, ESL. Are all incredibly talented and wonderful people. I have learned so much from all of them, and I am so grateful I got to be a part of their journey. I wish them all the best and hope you too will support them and their content. One last favor, though, please don't bring up my graduation or ask for their opinions on this event, as it's going to be a tough time for all of us, and I want it to remain positive and fun for the time we have left. Good grief, branches are now banging on my roof. Calling it now V Shoujo. to be quite honest, I think that Keela most definitely has the talent to go to VShojo. The saddest thing is the loss of the absolutely beautiful model that she has. Like, her model is one of the best, most expressive, and most well-suited to the character models that I have ever seen in VTubing. It's amazing. And I think that it is a complete tragedy that she is going to lose that model. She's too small for VShojo. Let's move on from that. And Euthero, or Euthifro, or what? That's a Greek name. I'm terrible at pronunciation of Greek names. This sparked off a bit of a conversation about Iron Project overall, and it kind of reminded people that Iron Project has just a few skeletons in its closet, because previously it's where Rifu Evergreen of V Allure came from, as well as, did she actually join Rifu's V Allure? Kiki Lockhart, or was it Loveheart? The girl who sold her boyfriend's sweaty gamer chair to her biggest simp. I think she joined V Allure, but I can't be certain. If I had the nickel for an extremely well-rigged Orca model, I'd have 2 nickels. There's been a lot of falling VTuber corpos with a lot of wasted potential models. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the cuck chair girl is in V Allure. Lockhart, yes, also please pronounce it like A-N. An Project? An Project? Lockhart, thank you. Agreed, I loved weird fish tits. Kiki didn't join V Allure. I'm getting IN. He's doing on purpose now. Look, I am British, okay? I don't think Kiki is in V Allure. I mean, Cubanadam would know because he's a massive V Allure simp. But yeah, this is the CEO of Iron Project. And I was suspicious when a VTuber project was created that had the CEO as one of its talents. Like, there's Fishman and his joke model thing, and then there is actively being in competition with your own talents. That is kind of a bad idea, in my humble and uneducated opinion. And as Euthero pointed out, they never opened auditions for their 3rd generation after announcing them over 14 months ago. As Euthero says, the vid was made shortly after they opened auditions for Gen 2. They debuted Gen 2 in November of last year, so my guess is that they put it off indefinitely while Haven was building up a following. Which honestly is, yeah, probably the one smart thing they did was not accelerating Gen 3 while Gen 2 still had a new car smell. Thought it might be a sign that they were taking things slow and stabilizing, but I guess not. And as Seth said, smaller corpos are solely relying on donathons to make money nowadays. It's just a shit business plan. I can't recall anything Iron has done that makes them stand out even a little. They had some amazing talents, and they just stood there doing absolutely nothing to support them. I can agree. Now, this is a rat that I have not been able to fully source. And I'm not going to go into too many details. However, somebody did say to me that Iron Project was supposed to have a much larger appearance at a certain convention that their CEO basically managed to piss away. The Iron CEO pronounced the letter A, paused letter N, A-N? Ayan Project? Does not stream the VLure one does. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. She wasn't in competition, she had retired. I see. Okay, I can understand that. Ayan. Then why is it E? Why is it an A sound when it's an... Why is it an A when it's an E? It's an E. It's not an A sound. It's an E. What kind of nonsense is this? What... Are you gaslighting me? Am I being gaslit? Am I being gaslit here? Chat, what is going on? Who is in the right? Am I being led around right now? Because Ayan is eternity in Japanese. What? God, why? What is... Stop using your colonized vowel sounds. JP pronunciation, but it's spelled like an Irish word. Like, this is the thing: is that Iron is an Irish name. I've been going on this entire time that Iron Project is an Irish name. Why can't I make clips here? I don't even know. Like, is that a feature on my channel? Broadcast visibility, public thumbnail playlists. The stream contains altered content. No. Allow automatic allowed concepts. Allow embedding. I haven't turned off anything to do with clipping. Iron is Greek. Ayan, moan of agony. Oh my god, why are we pronunciation looping yet again? But yeah, let's see. Iron is an Irish name, and I have always pronounced it as Iron or Einan when I'm an idiot, because that's what it is to me. Because remember, I live in Ireland, and so I know people that are called Iron in real life. So that's what I've... So that is what I've always defaulted to. I didn't know it was Ayan. I always thought that it was a reference to an Irish name, okay? Do you live in Georgia with Thrang? No, I'd like to live in Atlanta with Kirsha, though. Moving swiftly on. Right, anyway, let's move on a little bit from that, okay? Let's stop pronunciation looping for 5 seconds, please. On to slightly more serious things. New topic. This was Grandmaster Robin. Grandmaster Robin has provided me with some insight into things before. They have 4 videos on the company YouTube telling people how to pronounce it. Pronounce it properly, we won't have to loop. Okay, Grandmaster Robin has been a solid source of information before. He is, as far as I has been able to prove to me, an insider of a kind. And the annoying thing is, it's impossible to say aloud who these people are who provide this information, because I know he gave me some info regarding V Reverie, and I'm pretty certain that V Reverie's moderators towards the end of well, not towards the end because V Reverie is somehow still a thing. Like, V Reverie's moderators and social managers were actually reading TVA to try and figure out what people knew about the insides of V Reverie. So we had to be very hush-hush about that. But yeah, Grandmaster Robin did have links to V Reverie, and now he's claiming to have links to Irish Project. So, okay, you can't say it aloud, whisper it. Proctor is in a healthy gay relationship with Thrang in Michigan. My source, the best doxmaxer in the Discord. I mean, guys, I literally say where I am from repeatedly and constantly. I look at my Twitter history. I even said where I flew out from, and my flight was delayed 3 hours. You could literally tell which flight I came into to Birmingham on, and yet somehow people still think that I live in America for some reason. So anyway, let me try and get... Chase is coming for you and your pet dog. Top men on the inside, likely story. I hate all of you. You should tweet photos of Yagoo so the Sharty kids think you are him. Yeah, suspiciously often, like it was a feint. Like, oh, good grief. Need to throw in more faith and bigoras. Nah, you're an expat from the UK living in America, it's obvious. I want to live in America, guys. I want to be able to legally own firearms, trust me. Here's the reason why I don't live in America, why you can tell that I don't live in America, is that I would love to own a gun. If I owned firearms, I would post about my firearms quite frequently. You would definitely know which firearms that I own, okay? But I can't. I live in a country where I am literally... It is literally illegal for me to own a sharp crayon. Well, not literally, but like that's the level of weapon control that the Irish government puts on everything. If you want to own a gun and stay in Europe, move to Czechia or Slovenia. Can't you have hunting gear in Ireland? I mean, yeah, but you can't really recreationally use it in the way that I would want to. Like, if you... I think there are gun clubs in Ireland, but they're extremely limited. And the prices for ammunition and firearms in Ireland are absolutely insane. I did go to a hunting shop once that sold a 2.2 long rifle. I have no idea what 2.2 long rifle sells for in the US, but I think it's something like a few dollars for a box of several dozen. In an Irish hunting shop, it was something like 20 euros for a single box of 2.2 long rifle. There was something like 30 or 40 bullets. I imagine Proctor going to the US will be like Tintin in America. I've literally been to the US before. They make it tough, but you can have a firearm if you really want it. Yeah, the trouble is, it's the cost thing. I literally could not afford a firearm. Or the ammunition to like, sport shoot or anything. An MDR gun that goes for like 1.5k USD goes for 5k euro dollars here, yes. WTH, it's 40 euro for 500 2.2 here. Yeah, exactly. The prices for ammunition are completely demented over in Ireland. There is absolutely no way that I could purchase a firearm for 1,500 euro at the least, and then spend a minimum of 50 or 60 euro every single time I wanted to shoot it even a tiny bit. Reminds me of when Pippa said 0911. What's that? 1911. I mean, I was told you should say the individual like numerals out loud, like 556 or 762. Like, it wouldn't say I wouldn't say 22. Like, I was told that 22 is not how you say it. You're supposed to say like 22, 556, etc. and so on. But I mean, if I've been lied to, if I've been gaslit my entire life. Anyway, let me actually try and get back on topic. You guys are really, really good at distracting me. This is, as opposed to 1911, it's autistic, so it is 22. 22 is the exception? Are you gaslighting me again? Is this going to be another Irish project thing? It is also 45, 357, except... What? I think I might just have a mental breakdown at this point. I'm going to go insane. I'm going to start screaming very loudly in a moment, and my parents are going to wake up and they're going to be very confused. For the most part, you say the individual numerals for ammo types. 22LR is the exception. What is... Oh my god, why? Why? This is what you get for running a forum for autists. I can't own a gun where I am. At least you Americans can defend yourself. Lol, guess I die. What even is my bloody life at this point? Why? Okay, so just assume that anything that starts with a period is read as the entire number. Anything that doesn't start with a period is individual numbers. Also, no real rule. Also, 45, 380, and 50 BMG. Your avatar wasn't lighting up, and could not for the life of me figure out where that sound was coming from. I wonder if the Onions gang will take that audio out of context too. That would be hilarious. Oh, and don't even get me started on ammo types where the number is a measurement of the case dimensions. 38 special, 357 magnum, 9mm paramellum all use the same bullets. I am aware of that particular form of autism, yes. Oh, good grief. This is just... how did I allow myself to get distracted by this, I swear? Let me get back to the tabs, please. Please let me get back to the tabs. You people are supposed to be telling me when I tangent. You're not supposed to be letting me tangent like this. Blaze had 2 previous incidents as Mogu/Rai. Her dog was injured due to some kids she was babysitting, only she later admitted to her close friends that the dog was injured due to her own negligence. She had 2 donathons to pay for the dog's surgery, only she never used the money from the first one to pay for the dog, and later used the second donathon money to go to the Anime Con in Washington. Shortly after this, she graduated and became Blaze Shinryu, leaving many of her donathon rewards unfulfilled. After this, you can see Iko purge all collabs they had together as the friendship was done. The issue comes in that Blaze is a known liar, so anything I heard coming from her I took with heavy skepticism. My understanding is that Irish talents found out about her actions, and Keela was leading a bullying campaign against Blaze that led to management having to take action. From my point of view, I saw it as completely justified, since you never want to associate yourself with someone like Blaze in the event it all comes out. Other claims from Blaze include Keela being top dog in the company and pushing others around, and that other than Keela, only one member of the group staff does their job. Blaze/Mogu has expressed wanting to graduate when her contract is up in a year, and that she plans on starting up her own indie VTuber group, lol. The words sinking ship have come a lot from her. Then again, she's a known liar and would wait for more tangible evidence to say anything is 100% the case. My conclusions would be that Keela either didn't take kindly to management breaking up a woman fight, or she feels that Irish can no longer offer anything to her at her size. Catty women, yes. This is very much a catty woman thing. We can talk more about freedom seeds, though. He needs a wrangler. I do. I desperately need a wrangler. I wrangle other people, and now I need a wrangler. Sips coffee, women. This is a depressingly familiar story, and I can say that I have heard something similar from this from somebody else who was able to provide me with a few receipts. This stuff is technically public. I don't want to go into it too much because I don't like to humor rats, but as far as I know, this stuff has been in the weeds for a while. And I do not expect Irish Project to be around for all that much longer. A lot of people have hinted and commented and kind of mumbled quietly about it for a while. We just kind of haven't really seen much on it because of the fact that Irish Project is not particularly large. Keela was definitely the largest talent there. I do think that Keela is pretty much innocent. Even if the so-called claims of her bullying Blaze are true, I don't really care. If somebody has, in truth, stolen donathon money, and again, this is alleged, there is no proof of this, there is no proof, has done something like this, I'm not going to complain about another person saying mean things about them. Oh, in terms of antique ammo, you can absolutely never confuse a 38 long and 38 short. One of them is a projectile measurement, the other is a case measurement. Why is America like this? There was a bit more on this too. Let me just go through it. Yes, this is from 4666, a lovely non-cursed page number. Keela's story is that her life is going a different direction. She has been thinking about it a long time. She loves Irish Project. All the girls there and encouraged chat to stick around for them. Not saying this is the true story, but just giving what she has said publicly about it. Keela is most definitely the kind of person, I would say, who wants to just get away from a bad working environment and wants to put this past her. It would be a terrible business move, even if she is the one in the right and everybody else is the one in the wrong, to bring this up in public and make hay out of it. If she intends to go on and be hired by a different company, and how many subs does she have? She has nearly 50k subs. She is pretty well known in the sphere. I like her. I know a lot of other people do. She has an obvious amount of talent. I can absolutely see her just saying, oh yeah, I love and respect all the other girls. And again, this is my supposition. I do not have proof for this directly. so that there would be no lingering stink and she could maintain the moral high ground when she moved away from Irish Project and applied to other corporations. I don't think there is any real indication that she has done anything nasty apart from just kind of woman stuff. And if it's woman stuff, she has friends in high places like Kiara as well. I didn't know that, actually. She seems to have a clean record. She is also a good singer and adorable as hell. I mean, VTubers very much have stage personalities, but from what I've been exposed to regarding Keela, I don't think she's faking the kind of personality she has. She is very soft-spoken, she's very kind of innocent, she's very sweet overall. I don't think that's fake. Again, maybe I'm being taken in, I can't say for sure, but all I can say in conclusion from all this is that I do genuinely hope that she goes on and she gets into somewhere. I mean, maybe she'll get into VShoho. Maybe she'll get into FaZe. Who knows? Maybe she'll get into Hololive. I always said, Keela has the talent to be Hololive. I think she does. I genuinely think that Keela has Hololive level talent. I know that how do you even pronounce her name? Like Roca, the Italian lady who got into Hololive. I genuinely don't really even think that Roca... I mean, I don't think that Roca doesn't deserve to be in Hololive, but I've watched a little bit of Roca's content, and I'm like... Rayora Panthera. Thank you. I'm sorry. I got her confused with the idol girl. Roca is idol. Rayora is holo. Yeah. Like, Rayora, I'm surprised she got into Hololive. Not because I don't think she's talented, but she just didn't seem to have the personality that would be a Hololive pick. So I think that if somebody like she can get into Hololive, because I think that somebody like Keela can definitely get into it. And it's obvious that people like Rayora as well. She's not my personal cup of tea. She would never be my Oshi. But I really like it. I really like that people like her can get into Hololive. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to imply she doesn't deserve Hololive. Proc the next Holo Girl? No, thank you. I would get into Holostars if... I mean, I've never applied for Holostars or anything, but if I could get into Holostars, yeah, I'd totally go for Holostars. What else was there? I have to think her numbers had something to do with it. Wasn't she pretty big on her previous account as well? Yeah, Roca Rorin, I hate those names. Roca Rorin is also a very good talent. I think she's a ex-Cyberlife girl, but she is a mad good singer. I'm very upset that she didn't get to sing at Expo, because my god, she has a good voice. Part of it might be that she represents a language market they didn't have existing talent in. That's quite possible. They just give you the Magny model because you're gay enough. I am not gay. One day, my heterosexuality will be proven. Shiapi from Cyberlive. The curveballs like Bibo and Rayora have always been the best ones last two Hololive gens. I mean, Bibo is a very, very good talent. I think she definitely deserves to be in Hololive. It's just that, it's not that I think that Rayora does not deserve to be in Hololive, just that her acceptance into Hololive was a little bit of a curveball to me. I did not think that she would be the kind to appeal to the kind of people that Hololive want to appeal to, but I'm wrong, and that's good. One day, but that day is not today. I mean, given that you're here, and given the size of my current CCV and audience, I probably have a higher percentage of female viewers than the average streamer, so... maybe I'm not too bad overall. Bibo is kind of like the Hololive version of Rosemi. I mean, she's adorable. She's just insanely adorable, and everything she's part of is just automatically cuter. Let's go back and close that tab, because we can move on from this now. I don't watch Bibo much because her gaming choices are meh to me, but she is one of the most entertaining and lovable talents in Hololive. Like, she is what I loved from Gura and even more. I agree, she's adorable. Rayora has the same hag powers as Mio and Botan. And Botan love. Botan was one of the very first VTubers I was ever into. Botan is amazing. I adore her content. Not with that headdress. This is a dignified headdress, okay? Would you rather I go back to the other model? I agree, Bibbo is Rosami's equivalent. I really hope that Rosami gets out of Nichisanji and into a better corporation soon, guys. It's really depressing to see how she is. But speaking of Hololive, I thought that now would be a good time to go over this thing right here. Before anybody yells at me, I want to say that I read the whole thing to do with this, and so I'm presenting this in chronological order. And there is a twitlonger on it as well. Not twitlonger, a community note. So so this has been debunked, but I want to point this out. So Alatokan here says, hate IPO, hate investors, hate shareholders, simple as. And then they have these clips from one of Lami's recent streams, where she says, there's sad things and happy things about it. The Hololive I knew was a free place. Anything was okay, even Aero or Ooh stuff. I stood in Hololive during the time I wasn't totally free. It was turning more idle-like. And after IPO, there's more constraints. And here on VT, the most wonderful place is amazing. I believe in this despite it being debunked. Calling Nelly Love right now, he's sending the cartels to you. IPO is the reason the Western entertainment industry, especially Hollywood and AAA video games, is filled with solveless slop. Yagoo still has 38% control of Hololive, but now the rest of the investors that control 50% of the company can oust him whenever they want. The only reason they don't is because they're convinced Yagoo knows how to make money out of his talents. The moment he stops doing that is the moment the investors oust him. They assign some bean counter money maxer cost miner as CEO that will suck the soul out of the company and whatever talent is left. So Yagoo needs to appease them somewhat by doing these restrictions. No, you're not allowed to discuss the things I like critically, proceeds to die. And right away, this post is kind of bullshit, because he is technically correct that the rest of the investors that control 50% of the company can oust Yagoo. Yet there's a problem that he treats the rest of the investors as a monolithic entity. Those investors are not, it's not 50% investors as a group owning the company. It's 50% of a whole bunch of different investors, each owning like 5%, 2%, 1%, 10%. I don't know the exact numbers. So to oust Yagoo, they would all need to nearly unanimously agree that he should be removed. And do you think that dozens and dozens of different investors that all invested in the company for different reasons are going to unanimously say, yeah, we should kick this guy out after he has something like 6 years of solid investment, of solid business decisions in this company? That's insane. To be fair, a lot of companies also treat the investors as a monolithic block. I mean, that's possible. BlackRock has 0.3%. It's the end of Hololive, guys. BlackRock is investing in Hololive. Oh, dear. And, like, I hate BlackRock as much as the next person whose political alignment would probably be fairly libertarian. Are the public shares even voting shares? I actually don't know. That's not a bad point. But yeah, BlackRock is too much of a meme at this point. And just because BlackRock invests in something does not automatically mean that BlackRock is going to destroy that thing. All right? BlackRock, remember, BlackRock is an ETF, or however it's pronounced. People pay money to BlackRock, who then invests it for them in other things, all right? BlackRock does not take money and unilaterally decide they are going to give it to somebody, and then they are going to use that money to take control of that person and destroy them for DEI or whatever other buzzword of the month is. BlackRock invests in everything. Yes, it absolutely does. BlackRock has tremendous power. I am not disputing that. What I am disputing is that BlackRock investing in something is always and automatically something that is going to lead to the destruction of a company. All the company, like, you could probably trace BlackRock shares back to everything that you ever like. It's pronounced E2F. Shut up. Go away. BlackRock is also catching flack from its investors. BlackRock is losing a lot of money. Good. Politics from when any investment funds gets within a 0.0001% of a company that's adjacent to a company they like. Yeah, it's kind of stupid. Like, you should hate BlackRock, okay? BlackRock is bad. But when you hate a company or anything for reasons that are stupid and don't make sense, then all you are doing is making sure your opposition could look at you and go and say, look, their argument is bad, therefore the thing is not bad, therefore it is good. That's all you're doing. You should always be able to explain why you hate something. That's a sign that the thing that you like is being made by activists rather than creatives. Yeah, it can do, definitely. But anyway, that's kind of my BlackRock rant. But there's a lot more to this that I would like to go down, and the context is also important. This was added later. This leaves out important context. This was a public stream. Lami says she's still happy to be in Hololive and it helps her achieve her dreams. And there's also the context there as well. I think I have these. I'll just open these as well. Yes, these will open. Right, we can look at these actually. This was on the forum as well. I'll probably get to that tab in a minute. Addendum, not members only stream, regular stream to celebrate fan meet event, which she said is only possible with post-IPO Holo. Getting access to large venues / partnerships in Japan require you to have the prestige of being a major company, not unlike people preferring Ivy League degrees. And here we have Pimster down here. Addendum. That's what you here's what you live translated from Lami, containing her actual words about Hololive and not that screenshot which left out all of the context. And we can look here and says, sorry, I keep meaning to end, but yesterday as well, I thought Hololive is nice with Nephalabo. I have no idea what that is. When the company gets large and has IPO'd, the way of thinking has to change. There's sad things and happy things about it. The Hololive I knew was a free place, anything was okay, even Aero or Ooh stuff. And this is, for those who don't know, Hololive used to be called Aerolive, because an awful lot of Hololive's early content was very, very itchy, was very, very, very lewd. I auditioned shortly after 3rd gen and passed by the time 4th gen appeared. I stood in Hololive during a time it wasn't totally free, it was turning more idle-like, and after the IPO there's more complaints. But standing with Nipo Labo yesterday, I realized stuff like this can't happen without us being who we are now. In the end, I still think it's great that I joined Hololive. Nepo Labo is referring to Gen 5 minus Alo. Ah, thank you. There's still a lot of stuff I can do being in Hololive. I still have that solo live and I still want to do a 2-day event. Let's do that solo live, yeah, even if it's something that might happen if I'm in Hololive. Oh, sorry, even it's something that might happen if I'm in Hololive. Okay, I messed up the phrasing there. It might not happen, but Hololive is a place where dreams can come true. Even if it's a dream that sounds dumb, being in a place that gives you a chance is strong. I wonder what I can do on my 5th year. It's great to have an environment to aim for dreams. Hololive is a place you can make dreams into goals. If I wasn't into Hololive, it's just a dream, not a goal. It's the same. The fan meeting was really fun. I'm really happy I could see 3,000 at the venue. Proctor's bad pronunciation of JP terms triggers me. Don't worry, I trigger many people. I live rent-free in an awful lot of heads. Yeah, that's the first thing as well. Sorry, let me just close those tabs because I don't need them any longer. And here is Nenilove once again to set the record straight. The post contains a screenshot of a clip translation and a couple of VT screenshots of some dude saying some BS about Hololive. The post was very obviously negative and intended to stir up drama, which it was pretty successful at since a lot of people saw it and the replies are incredibly negative. At around the 1 hour, oh, this is page 4679, by the way, 1 hour, 34 minutes and 38 seconds, she starts talking about some stuff regarding her opinions of the company. What the Twitter post doesn't mention is that there is a lot more context to what she says, which, contrary to our initial belief, she does say, so the translation on the image is correct but lacks context. A more complete translation was provided by a trusted chat translator of hers, which we've already read. Which gives us the context that she is not shitting on the company, but was just remarking on how it was changed, and her outlook is overwhelmingly positive. The entire stream was basically a post-concert chat about 5th generation concerts they had the day before, and Lammy was extremely happy all throughout it. Pay attention to how Lammy frames this big change too. She isn't referring to some recent change, she's talking about Hololive from around when she applied in 2019, as I said, the famous Aerolive, to which she debuted in 2020. This is totally contrary to the narrative this Twitter guy wanted to push. Holo 5 forever. Lammy also lied about her alcoholism when she applied. Lammy isn't bad, but she's not an angel. Forgive him, he's Brish. I'm very sorry that I am Brish. It's a congenital defect. I can do nothing about it. In conclusion, the Twitter post was made out of context on purpose to bait people and stir up the recent popular belief that Holo is somehow going to explode tomorrow, which has been popular on VT due to Aqua's graduation and Gura complaining on stream once. People fixated on IPO because of course shareholders are a popular boogeyman, but with context it is obvious that Lammy used the company going public as a way to imply the more professional and event-driven path they have taken. The Japanese don't have the same stocks brainwash as people in the West. To them, it doesn't have this ultra negative connotation to it. It's just a thing successful companies do, which means there are more rules and restrictions, but also more opportunities to do things you couldn't do anywhere else, as she herself states. And I think that Nenilove very definitely kind of nips this whole nonsense in the bud here, which I am really appreciative of. I think that big companies, especially with the forum having a ton of people from FaZe and so on, they kind of get pigeonholed as, oh, they're too big, they're too monolithic, they're all kind of corporate focused and everything. I think people kind of still have a bit of trauma from when Fishman tried to crack down on Pippa's stuff early in her career. So there's a negative idea of large corporations, not helped at all by Nichi Sanji. But overall, I still think that Hololive is an excellent place. Sorry, 1 second. Where am I going here? Oh yeah, this is somewhat connected to it, but it's not really a full thing. Which is hilarious because Pippa is the biggest FaZe shill in the company now. Yeah, I know, it is kind of funny. This is a person called Yam Elbat, which FRZ posted about, which is a bit in connection with the Lammy stuff as well. Kind of feels schizo posting ATM, so here we are. So there was this girl who managed to get a few 200k views by shit-talking Hololive and Nichi Sanji. She called VTuber agency's model unsustainable and predicted that there will be many more graduations and that male/female segregation are red flags that you should never support, and you should never support such companies. Said that she had been studying Japanese with hope of joining Hololive, but then realized Hololive is below her, so even if I get really big, I will turn down Hololive, and totally not an excuse to stop learning Japanese. She also made a video titled "The VTuber Industry Needs to Change," with "Indie is the way" on the thumbnail, with Doki Bird and Randon on it. And isn't that Quinn, aka the massive femboy, or one of the massive femboys from Nichi Sanji? Kyo, or whatever it was? I can't believe Proctor is sucking Corpo. Ninilove, I literally read out your post, you horrible person. Aren't you going to thank me and compliment me for dignifying your views on my sacred stream? Fun anecdote, if Pippa was a member of Nichi Sanji, she would be the 4th highest super-chatted female EN talent behind Pomu, Selen, and Lira in no particular order. Kyo Kaneko, Lumi's black brother. A 56-minute video. I'm not watching this, I agree. I'm not going to watch you either. And she tried teaching other VTubers how to overcome burnouts. So what did this really big indie streamer actually do, who completely figured out how to overcome burnout? I checked her live page, and she streamed a grand total of 42 streams in 3 years. But wait! She actually streamed somewhat consistent between 22 and 23, but the idle trap happened. She did a donathon, then effed off for 8 months. Then did 2 streams 3 weeks ago about combating AI as an artist, then went missing again. But remember, indies is the way, guys. Nyanners isn't part of VSJ anymore. Isn't with? Yeah, she isn't. She isn't. This was like that was like months ago or something. Literally who indies and seething about corpos, what a surprise. She dipped with Silverveil. Yes, she did. That's more streams than me in 3 years. Sour grapes, absolutely. Indies is the way proceeds to be absent for months. Oh, I know. There's a whole bunch of V-tweeters that are angry about that. Oh, you're right. I completely forgot about that. I mean, yeah. I'm kind of glad that Nyanners and Silverveil left V Hosho. I actually quite like Silverveil. She seems to be a decent person. Nyanners, meanwhile, yeah, I still subscribe to the farms thing about Nyanners. She's a bit of a snake. She basically made her career appealing to a certain demographic and is now all like, oh no, those people are problematic and dangerous. We shouldn't appeal to them. Silverveil is good people, it seems. Yes, I do. Silverveil seems nice. I am kind of sad for indies. Their biggest supporter on the forum is merely... Oh, that's entertaining. But this did actually spark quite a long discussion that I think is worth covering. Helmet Kun, why the heck does he have multiple names on the forum? As Frez said, her point was corpos are unsustainable because of the workload and their VTubers will all leave, and specifically pointing out Hololive. Hololive has had like the lowest percentage of graduations in the entire industry, and if you factor in like the number of hours, the length of time that the average person stays in Hololive versus the average length of time that people stay in Nichisanji, Hololive is one of the most effective and brilliant places for talent retention in the entire industry. Nyanners got me banned from /A like 10 years ago, so I'll hate her eternally. You should be thankful towards her for freeing you of /A. Sorry, I have something irritating going on with my lip, so I'm stopping to nibble it every so often. Nyanners still panders to the lowly audience but pretends that she's not. Fun story, I've gone over Nyanners' CCV. She only fell off after she left VHosho. She spent her last year with them openly dating Aethelstan and didn't lose any CCV. FaZe has never lost anyone. Oh dear, my throat. Oh, why am I coughing? Oh dear, that's so weird. Oh, that's so strange. That was strange. I'm very sorry. That was very sudden. Did you get banned from A before or after you started cross-dressing? My god, he's dying. No, fortunately, my spirit came back to me. I very slightly agree with merely tourist and whatever and whoever this woman is/was. The question of long-term sustainability in VTubing is a loaded question for sure. Pretty much every company in the sphere, with the exception of Hololive and maybe FaZe, is a massive money sink plus/investment scam. Niji's sustainability is not going to last because the company's operational model actively avoids long-term financial planning to chase stock prices and short-term benefit, and that has worked out so well for them. Hasn't their stock price now dipped below 2k yen? At some point, Riku and the large circle of investors who own the majority of the company will sell it, and they're taking steps to maximize their return when doing so. Brave, as you mentioned, is currently scamming investors to fund its acquisitions, many of which were investment schemes in their own right, idle yen. That's only going to last so long. It could be 1 year or 10 years. There is reason to suspect that VShojo may be similarly dependent on investors. If we get another ad-apocalypse adjacent move from YouTube/Twitch, VTubing as a whole could suddenly become much less viable. If music companies decide to go even more batshit insane over copyright lawsuits, the entire V-Singer market goes tits up. If the yen and JP stocks keep crashing the way they have, JP online entertainment companies and startups are going to become much less financially viable. And if we actually entertain Who's Her Face's idea, it may well be that it's... Oh, dear. Who was that? Rusty Nail entered the asylum. Thank you very much. I completely forgot about those alerts. And, in such a talent-driven industry, hyper-bloated companies will become less profitable overall than networked individuals. That doesn't mean all corpos are going to implode or anything, but I do think questioning the current shape of the industry is credible. VTubing isn't in its infancy anymore, but it is still very unclear what it will look like moving forwards. VTweeters are the greatest source of salt in the Milky Way galaxy. OMG, the alerts. I love the alerts. They're so much fun. Nobody's donated to me in a while, but I love that alert too. It's the sound of my quail crowing. She's so cute. Music companies did go more batshit insane over copyright like a few days after that post. Is Helmut Kun a prophesy? Is he a prophesier? I'm quite worried now. I am now a hollow anti and indie supporter. This stream is proof of the evil corporate global homo. It's okay. Riku said it was negligible. I love Riku so much. The endless supplier of milk for the VTuber industry. What was I going to say? I do think this last paragraph is very relevant. I spoke about it earlier with Mint, but if you look at Mint and Doki Bird, they are two people who have been tremendously successful as indies, and they have been tremendously successful in very important ways. Mint, in particular, has gotten a top billing alongside groups as big as FaZe. When it comes to concerts, she had a massive presence at the Expo, and I'm sure she is going to appear in multiple other conventions after that. So she does not need a corporation at all. She probably would like a corporate quality manager to be able to organize things for her. I have no idea if she has a manager or whatever. Mint is the girl who will collab with every Indo and every corpo. Doki and Mint are closer to exceptions. IMO, not a good way to judge the whole market. I do agree, but I do think they represent a valuable template. That's kind of what I mean. They prove, at the very least, that it is possible to go indie and still be able to get corporate-level billing and sponsorship, which I think is going to be instrumental in how the industry changes over the next few years.
For the quail amused.
Oh, and actually, the TTS actually recognizes the emoji. That's kind of cute. Thank you very much. I love that noise. I love that noise. My quail don't crow that much anymore at this time of year because it's getting cold. They're not laying any longer, but it's a really sweet noise. I love it when I hear my quail calling. I find it really sad because Bob White quail, which is the ones that I got, they used to be completely ubiquitous in America. I watched a documentary on Bob White quail from like the 1960s once, and it was... They had the cameras out and they were recording audio of the surroundings, and there were quail everywhere, and they were crowing and they were calling, and it was just this beautiful noise all through the countryside. And yet now you don't get that pretty much anywhere. Like, their habitat is shrunken like 90%. I think it's really tragic. I'm not a climate doomer, but at the same time, nothing will turn you into a climate doomer more than watching old nature documentaries and realizing just how super abundant wildlife used to be in various places, and now they're just gone. It's really depressing to me, but I mean that's kind of a tangent that I don't feel like going down the lane for right now because it's pretty damn depressing. Kenneth Patterson, Doki and Mint did benefit from growth in profile while in a corpo, but there are still some, like Fillion and Shy Lily, that made it big without being in a corpo. Yeah, there are also good examples of it. True, Nietzsche did help the bigger existing fanbase for Mint to return to it. My sources say Mint is going to join Vishocho, FaZe, and Hollow simultaneously. That's hilarious. I honestly kind of missed the laid-back screwing around atmosphere Hololive had back in 2020. Loved watching clips of Coco or random MC adventures. I don't even regularly watch my Oshis as much, sadly. Bob White Quail sounds like the name of an eccentric billionaire industrialist in 19th century America. I love my Bob White Whale. They're so cute. Let me continue, though, because there's a couple more of this.
Well is fund.
Thank you very much for the $7.77. Why $7.77 exactly? Is that like a convert from a different currency, or was it just for the memes? The numbers of holy correctness. If people don't know, in the Bible, 777 is the opposite of 666. It represents holy completeness. Because 7 is the divine number that symbolizes completeness, and repeating something 3 times makes it basically symbolizes completeness. So 6 is the number of imperfection, so 666, as in 6 repeated 3 times, is a symbol of total incompleteness or evil, whereas 7 repeated 3 times is a symbol of total holiness, of most holiness. It also represents a jackpot from a slot machine. Yeah, it's a weird bit of lore there. Like 777 means it equals luck. That's kind of the folklore version of it. But I mean, the technical biblical version of it is that 777 equals holy completeness. What's wellies? He means Wellington boots. If you're 555, then I'm 666 420. Yeah. Nostalgia makes the past look better than it was. As far as I remember, 2020 was a nightmare for Holo, where every month brought new drama and division, even whilst the fanbase grew tenfold. Yeah, 7 by itself is a lucky number. I mean, I'm not superstitious like that, so that's not what it says in the Bible. It just says the number will be 666 in reference to the beast. Yeah, I mean, well, this is not going to become a theological stream, I swear. I swear it's not. So we'll hold that for a different stream. But yeah, as Nan Alice continues to say, I see more and more people trying to fabricate outrage because of the IPO BlackRock owning 0.5% of Lee investors when absolutely no proof that any of this is actually happening. Keep in mind that Cover went public more than a year ago. Why would that affect them now of all times? My belief is that this is just typical Holo retardation and lackluster management, same as it's been since the beginning. No company is perfect, and people were too quick to glorify Holo in comparison to Stinky Niji, forgetting how absolutely trash Holo can be at the worst times possible. Rick Raptor, oh god, yes, 2020 was a shit show for Holo. You had a new drama every month. Cover made every beginner's mistake in the book. Man, Wellies reminds me, remember the Yodcast. I have never watched the Yodcast. Narrator, it became a theological stream. British Tims, oh yeah, this is one of my Einen, or my Iron, my Aeon, good grief, I literally managed to do it 3 times in a row, good grief. This is just this Farog posting the same thing. Yeah, Def saw people fear-mongering and intentionally put a no cuts on the video title. Anyway, it seems like they were in charge, like there were a change. FRZ, why on earth is your thing so terrible? In Hololive's policy regarding Solo Live, both Noel and Lamy on the same week talked about making Solo Live their goal. Lamy even went so far as to clarify it's not a great dream, it's a goal. I do think they used to only give Solo Live to super popular / people with good single album sales before, but something must have changed. And if it has changed, then hopefully it will work out for them, because again, I think that everybody wants to see Hololive prosper. And that more or less ends what I was going to say about those kind of things. Well, how are we for time? Where is it seriously? Is it 3 hours? Let me just look at my OBS actually, because that'll tell me the accurate time. 2 hours and 3 minutes. Okay, so we've still got like an hour to go. Good. He's Viet, please understand. Yeah, I've known several Vietnamese people. They do have weird pronunciations, weird like ESL moments with things, because their grammar structure is so different from ours. I'll forgive him. Please give me just a moment, by the way, because my throat is a bit sore. I need to rest for just a second. I just want to have a nibble of something. I've already done the mint stuff. Oh, yeah. This was worth going over. A bit more small scale than what we've just discussed. Oh, that's better. In case anyone was wondering how Rooster Teeth's VTuber project was working. Too many sweaty nights with Thrang. Do I have my sound on? Yes, I believe I do. Good.
I personally have never experienced like romantic love, and if you have, that's great. I just have not, so I wouldn't know what to talk about. I would not know what to say, unless you're talking about Yang and Blake, because they're adorable, and I love them, and they're great. They're so cute. Yeah, shout out to our Ace and Arrow friends. I always do. Yeah, I love it. I love it.
I am so happy, Mike Lennis Rex, I am so happy Death Battle is free from Rooster Teeth and WB. Maybe they'll stop exaggerating DC characters now. Last time I checked, Ruby was really enjoying herself. Man, her voice is obese. More than Rooster Teeth is so depressing, I do agree. It's pretty tragic. Like, she even had them in the tags when she streamed. And as Sky Shouter said, meet cute girl at work. Both of you are aspiring actors for an up-and-coming web entertainment company. Get paid to play video games and yell in obscenities. Life's great. Marry this girl. Have 2 kids. Wife gets fat and dons danger hair. Starts publicly claiming to be non-binary and asexual, despite being married to you with 2 kids. Company went tits up. Wife now streams as her only notable role to the 5 fans that show has left. I don't know what deity Michael Jones pissed off to deserve this fate, but I feel bad for him. He always seemed like one of the few Rooster Teeth members with his head on straight, which is funny considering he made his name playing a rageaholic gamer. I think that the massive downfall of the whole machinima empire and the destruction of the web, I think kind of web 1.5 celebrity system, I can hear the diabetes. At least she gives the greatest contribution in the form of homophobic Ruby before the company died. Oh yes, the I just don't think it's natural thing will live rent-free in my head forevermore. That's wonderful. Modern RT is dead and Lindsay just needs to stop trying to be a teenage girl. I know, I mean, that's the thing. Her model is really creepy. The arm things that it does, who made that model? It is really disturbing to look at. It has very bad rigging and very weird rigging. Why didn't they just, like, download, couldn't they just use the model they used for the show? Like, that's a 3D model. Couldn't they just rig up the model they use for the show and be like, yeah, we can turn this into a VTuber model? You could use that as a VTuber model. In fact, here's the thing, guys. Here's the idea. What if you had, like, VTuber machinima? That you had people using 3D model VTubers to do machinima. Like, you could have, in VR chat, there's great free there's great free Ruby models on the VR chat workshop that are rigged and working. Yeah, exactly. Why didn't they use those? That's hologra. I agree, but I meant more like on the amateur side of things, not like a professional studio. Yeah, but they probably wanted new stuff. I mean, considering the nonsense that Fillion got into for using a free model, I'm not really sure if they wanted to deal with that. They weren't smart enough to save the company. Do you think they knew how to make their VTubing grift successful? Oh yeah, that reminds me. I think there was a Ruby thing at Expo as well. Like in one booth, somebody was doing something related to the Ruby VTuber thing. Basically, nobody went to that stall. It was almost completely ignored and abandoned, so I have no idea what was going on. I didn't even give it a second glance because all the artwork on it was hideous. Probably because whoever was in charge of it didn't have a single clue on this godless earth about what VTubers are. Yeah, many such cases. It just astonishes me that all of these people from the machinima, the Rooster Teeth, the that guy with the glasses era, and so on, they all were at the cutting edge of the digital age of their time. and they all went into things and they did new and innovative content. And yet it seems like every single one of those people had exactly one idea. And after they got that idea, it was just completely and totally locked into their minds for the rest of their lives. And not a single one of them had a single idea to innovate or move with the times or anything like that. I don't know why that is. And it's really depressing to me, because I used to watch some of those people. Is anyone left from that era? I think the only one that is still worth watching from that era is JonTron. Like, JonTron is the exception that proves the rule. Everybody else seems to have just gone and died in a ditch of failure, misery, and controversy. Maybe I'm missing a few people. But, Angry Video Game Nerd. I mean, isn't Angry Video Game Nerd kind of a weird soy boy nowadays? I have no idea, but, well, same as Active 8 was on top of the VTuber industry and then they fumbled every single chance they get. I don't even know what Active 8 is. I've never heard of Active 8. They probably only know or see VTubers as all they do is play video games and be dumb. Like how Joji is the last man standing. And Spoonie, oh goodness grave, don't talk to me about Spoonie. Wait, doesn't Activate, weren't Activate like the Kizuna Ai people? I forget. So I have not thought about them in a very long time. Speaking of Kizuna Ai, actually, let me just move that. Yeah. Just move the Ruby nonsense back here out the way. Kizuna Ai. AVGN's hit or miss these days. He seems to have picked himself back up a bit and after keeping the Screenwave guys out of his videos for a while. The only Tig person without any silly drama was Larry Bundy Jr., God bless him. I just wish he would upload more often. Yeah. Death Battle went from having a horrific reputation to still having a controversial but at least reciprocated reputation, and they're fairly old. Activate was the company that had Kizuna Ai and Update. Ah, I see. Linkara the Lightbringer will never die, only groom. Yes. Dead gay Muppet Gangbangs, my favourite. Please don't clip that. AVGN kind of lost their heart and soul after Mike Matai stopped writing the scripts. Larry's been having health issues lately, so that's why he hasn't been active. Yeah, Larry is... I saw him in old Ashton's videos. Good grief, that guy is a fat idiot. Yahtzee is still around with a wife and kid, doing his own thing last I checked. Yeah, Yahtzee is pretty cool overall. He's definitely gone very soy, sadly. Like, his political opinions are most definitely very strongly left-wing. And he does absolutely nothing to stop his current company being massively controversial and having a ton of soy boys in it too, but he's an autist. He doesn't want to get involved with that stuff, so I think he just passively parrots whatever he thinks that will make the most number of people satisfied with him. But yeah, this is something that Kizuna Ai's channel is currently doing for 3 million subs. I'm reminded Linkara jacked off to the green M&M. Oh. You know what? I'm going to step outside into the storm and go and have a wee. I will be back in like 30 or so seconds. So I will let this be my intro music. Not input, my AFK music. So just enjoy this and the sheer quality that is on your stream right now for the little while it takes me to relieve myself. I'll be back in a moment. Hello, gentlemen. I have returned. Let's turn that off now. Gentlemen, do not try and go outside for a wee in a Force 11 gale. It doesn't turn out well. Thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness, I am completely drenched. Oh, it is pouring outside. Let me have a look. This is the most viewers this thing's had in weeks. Bro pees in the great outdoors like a true man. If you live on a farm, you learn to just go wherever you like. Thanks for putting the volume at -32, Bird Boss. Sorry, you weren't missing much. Boss Man needs to have music suggestions like Joss does. I probably wouldn't mind. She is another one of the kings of reincarnated and are going off as indies. It's this. So yeah, as Colin474 said, it's a teaser stream for a new Kizuna Ai project. Problem is, they decided to run it for like a month, so everyone stopped caring. Yeah, this live stream, let me just have a look at it. This live stream is something like 9 hours long, and it is literally just a loop of that music over and over again. It's like watching the DVD logo bounce off the sides like the good old days. Drenched from the rain, I hope. Oh, I didn't. I considered just going outside, but then I realized, did you whiz into the wind? No, I didn't, actually. I went into the house and went to the toilet there. Because what were they thinking? I don't think they were thinking very much. Proctor attempted to challenge pissing. No, I just ran over to the house. The thing is that it's pouring with rain, so yeah, I was smacked around quite a lot on my way there. And it's also, yeah, it is also incredibly windy. I'm amazed that talking about piss on stream means you're finally a real VTuber. Oh dear, it's over, completely over. I will never recover from this. Oh, thank you also. I'm not sure if you're still watching, Moa Oko, but I did get your DM. Thank you. Sorry, I was just distracted by something. There's an ash tree outside my shed that is occasionally banging on my roof, which is very annoying and distracting. But as Hif201 said, it's like they've gone out of their way to strategize the most effective way to kill everyone's interest. The Kizuna Ai project is probably a skeleton crew of crypto bros. I wonder if crypto even has anything in Japan at this point. That would be interesting to me. Yeah, I think the Kizuna Ai thing is they think they still have a gold mine on their hands, whereas you just can't assume that after so many failures... In fact, I would actually say that is a pretty good summary of why the Machinima guys, why the Rooster Teeth guys, why the Tigwatig guys all kind of died the way they are. They kind of assumed that anything they did would have a level of star power behind it. So they keep doing these things. You can see it with Kizuna Ai right now. They're trying to act as if they are still at the top of the industry, at the top of their game. So I'm sure that if this had been a Kizuna Ai thing and they'd done it in like 2019 or whatever, it would have gotten thousands and thousands of live viewers, all waiting desperately for even a tiny hint of something happening. Whereas, as Hif201 said, yeah, this is like sub 100 people at the most. Bro, the ash tree wants to come in and have a good yarl. SBM, quality is quality. I've definitely seen YouTubers reinvent themselves, but always because they have some new spark. 201, his name is pronounced as 201. We're not going down that route again. You have managed to make me brainworm once already this stream. I am not going to go down that rabbit hole again, okay? Stop it. Leave me alone. I am an innocent. This is not fair. This is bullying at this point. This is cyberbullying. I'm being cyberbullied. Oh my goodness. And then Lumi pinged me in the Discord as well. With I didn't even notice that ping. How to pronounce... please, let's just move on. No more gun tangents, please. No, I should do a gun stream at some point, talking about the kind of guns that I like. Kizuna Ai's early mismanagement pretty much defined the golden rule of not replacing the voices behind VTubers. They still haven't realized that. Yeah, that's something that keeps coming up in the VTuber industry every so often. Somebody will have the brilliant idea of replacing a talent's voice, and, no, that just doesn't work. Cool it with the anti-Hibernian remarks. Speaking of weird things in the industry, there was also something that I am absolutely shocked did not get much more attention. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. There we go. And it was this thing right here. This was from the Nijisanji L thread. And apparently there have been more bomb threats in VTubing, which is just pretty terrifying. So this was, I'll just actually open that. Let's just translate this. Translate post. I got an email from Nijisanji. Then I realized that someone was sending bomb threats and threatening messages to my email address. And then just say, stop it. Hey, it's my initial post. Nice to see you. Translation. Yeah, that's just a translation. Follow-up tweet. I think they translate. Translation. If you look through your spam email, you'll see that it was sent to Expo 2. Cross-posting from the Nijisanji L thread, because this seems to be bigger than just Gundo. Looks like multiple Japanese VTubers are having their emails used to send threats to different organizations. Rika Not Mel just said she has been getting death threats on Booth, and people used her email address to send a bomb threat directly to the German embassy. Nobody gives a shit about things which don't involve EN VTubers. I mean, in fairness, you can't really... If it's literally a different language, then you can't really grasp what's going on with it all. And here's the archive that I will... No, I can't. Oh, for goodness sake, I really need to log in. Open image in new tab. Does that work? I suppose that's good enough. Recently, I have received death threats via booth messages. My email address has been used maliciously without my permission, and a bomb threat has been sent to the German embassy. That's very random. Why on earth would you send a bomb threat to the German embassy? Is there an AI summary of the last 3 hours of this stream? Lots of screaming. I'm not the only one who has been affected by these things. Many activists have been affected as well. This extremely malicious content is interfering with my work, so I am posting this as a warning and also as a means of self-defense. This has been reported to the police. At the moment, people who have their email address listed in their profile section of X are being affected, so we recommend that activists keep their email addresses private for a while if possible. I hope the culprit is caught and this case solved soon. What kind of asshole would send death threats to someone like Rika? Not even logged on his own forum. I am on my other account. Not my other account, but my other... these are two profiles, okay? This is the web browser that I have specifically set up as my streaming profile. And so it doesn't have any of the data or information that I have on my main Brave profile. So if I go to the search bar and I type in something, it's not going to show all of the searches that I've made as a regular, on my regular profile. So if I've been looking up, I don't know, Lusty Kitsunes 3 on Pornhub or whatever, then if I type in L into the search bar, it's not going to show me searching that on Pornhub, okay? Putin was trying to get Germany to stop supporting Ukraine. Okay. That is, if there's some massive VTuber anti out there who is trying to use VTubers to disrupt international diplomacy, then, well, I'm impressed, but that does sound rather ridiculous to me, okay? Recent searches. And fox tits. Hot foxes in your area. How to tame a fox girl. Foxes are surprisingly easy to tame, let me tell you. So let's have another bite of my Kit Kat. Because my throat is starting to effects right now. Fox mating calls. Have you ever heard fox mating calls? Like, this is what a fox mating call sounds like. That's not quite it. You can understand why the legend of banshees was spread around a lot of places where foxes are, because good grief, foxes do sound terrifying when they scream. I have actually had, I think when I first started streaming, foxes are either dial-up modem noises or blood-curdling screams, no in-between. Fun fact, the death threats were possible because Viespo and Nijisanji have no spam protections for their contact page. You can put any email and name as the sender. What? That is insanely stupid. Okay, they definitely sound like they're being tortured. They're not. They're actually, like, that's them at play. That's them playing. Or rather, it's them just making calls in the night. Although the funny thing is, when they scream, they also flail. Like, that's the funniest thing. These foxes, as they're screaming, they're actually flailing around like they've just taken strychnine or something. My cat kept looking for the source of the sound. Literally sounds like a woman getting murdered. I mean... I sincerely hope that nothing I ever do makes Kirsha make a noise like that, okay? I would, the fox noises, not those kind of fox noises, okay? I'll take the dial-up fox noises. As if Kirsha would mate with you, lol. I mean, look at the kind of standards that she's had for men in the past, alright? Look at the kind of men that she's gone after. I am objectively a much better pick than most of them. Apart from maybe the psychopath that she dated who was like a millionaire or something. Who wanted to keep her as his, like, mistress or whatever. Girl, I'm an F-up too. He has a chance, apparently. Oh. Puma screams sound like a woman getting murdered. You didn't read the first part. Oh, sorry. But yeah, Kiwi Noir, that is absolutely absurd. That is such a basic thing to do. You may have a shot with... Moving swiftly on... Oh, speaking of girl failures, actually, this is something that I found very interesting. Sorry about that. Sorry, just zoom out a tiny bit. Cubano Dun has a certain fixation with girl failures. in that this in particular is a very noteworthy girl failure. Let me just put that on my other screen because I'm getting distracted all the time because I got lost in my tabs. Let me just turn off the chat actually for a second so that we can read this. This is on page 4652. Somebody brought up Nan Alice, who, if you don't know, is a VTuber whose whole shtick is that she will graduate 1 year to the date from when she first debuted. And she got an awful lot of attention both on TVA and also elsewhere because she dropped into the scene out of basically nowhere. Nobody had heard of Nan Alice before, and she suddenly appeared with a massive amount of money behind her. She had multiple animated shorts before she debuted, and she kind of got the attention of people like Pippa and so on. I know that Pippa raided into her at one point, and also people were paying attention to her because she was managed by Tessa. Tessa, or Critical Riken, is someone who has a massive number of scandals behind them. She claims to be a VTuber manager. She is not. She is a scammer. Tessa scams people. There have been multiple instances where Tessa has had money requested back from her because people paid her quite large amounts of money for advice or consultation, and then they just said, oh, she told me a very basic stuff, or oh, she never showed up to begin with. Tessa is a scammer, and yet somehow she still keeps getting projects from gullible idiots like Nan Alice. I think this is just a general failure. I have a more in-depth info, and this is Cubano Dama's personal pet project, and I fully endorse it because the stuff that he digs up is really funny. Massive arrogance. She was a big writer of web novels in China and was used to making bank. She actually believed that people would just come in droves to her just because her concept was cool. She prepared all this project for 2 years. And after a while of starting her streamer career, started to bitch about barely getting 30 CCV, blaming her lack of clout and lamented burning $50,000 on the project. She was also massively ignorant about the VTubing scene. She had this dumb idea that burning money equals success. She burned $50,000 on her debut package, plus hiring Tessa, and expected Hololive numbers, or at least 3 views, as in 100 views. Any VTuber here would call her naive because that takes time and effort. Getting to 100 CCV is an ordeal in itself. Neat tendencies. She refused to seek help, network, or collab with any other VTubers. Instead, she just copes in her Discord with some guys, bitches about how no one watches her, and how she was wasting her time, and an entire conga line of woe is me. She is only in it for the clout. She has thrown out the fact that she tried to go corpo when the Alice project failed, and did not even receive an answer. That annoyed her. Considering her lack of commitment and her refusal to stream, I can see why. Yeah, she applied to both FaZe and Hololive, by the way. Just FYI. She wouldn't even spend money to bot her views. Lamau, that's what she gets for assuming VTubing makes thousands of dollars in profit. She paid Depressed Nosagi for a debut watch long enough, so I'd forgotten about that. The girl is the biggest number friend that ever number friended. Had this weird idea that throwing money left and right was going to make her the new Iron Mouse, but instead she got relegated to be sidelined because she doesn't know the basics. That is just sad. I agree. The Depressed Nosagi thing is just incredibly sad. And I love Nini Love here. Imagine my shock. Tried to go corpo. How much do you want to bet this went to Niji/Hollow's doorsteps because she's thinking she's hot shit? They're going to hire her on the spot and the recruiters went, who are you again? That is literally what happened. She went to both FaZe and Hololive. I'd rather die than pay Nosagi to watch my shit. I'm sure you would pay him to watch your shit. And he'd probably accept it too. No, that's just another Dizzy thing I don't care about. Well, I care about Dizzy, but not that thing. There has been... I think that Nan Alice is a really good cautionary tale. Because she has that problem of... Oh yeah, she prefers to be forgotten because she doesn't want 4chan to laugh at her. It's a bit late for that, I'm afraid. I'll give Fishman credit. He can sniff out problem talents to avoid. I mean, I hope so. I mean, he still hired Rie, so, you know, we'll see how that turns out. We'll see how that spoil strategy works out for him. Remember, Depressed Nosagi did a dick reaction panel. If you sponsor him, you are on the same level as some fat Anon's dick pics. Oh yes, didn't he do that with another live streamer as well, with some other VTuber? Depressed Nosagi, I'm sorry, he's going to come out as gay anytime soon. Sorry, 1 second. Image back for a second. Image number friend. What the fuck? Rie is great, if a bit insane. Well, the thing about Rie is that she has a bit of the alt-itis. Rie posts on a lot of places where she shouldn't. And if there's ever going to be a massive explosion in FaZe, and a whole lot of inner company stuff starts to be leaked all of a sudden, it's going to be Rie. I'm just putting that out there. Rie got better? No. DN is just a weird Filipino IMO. I mean, DN is not a bad person. DN seems to genuinely be trying to make something of his life, which I do genuinely respect. The problem with DN is that he's obviously a massive autist who has basically no real-life social contacts whatsoever. And so he has a very weird view of the world, and I remember also that Filipinos are a very repressive culture. Their culture is... it kind of sine waves. Filipinos are either very repressive or they are incredibly licentious. And there's almost no in-between. So I don't think he has many good role models at all. I don't want to be mean or anything, Maglenus Rex. I don't want to be mean or anything, but he acts like a gay Filipino third worlder loser. Don't want to offend any Filipinos on your forum. You can't offend the Filipinos. They'd all agree with you. Also, Rie literally wrote snuff in a gay fanfic with Leah. Necrophilia. Compared to some Latino weebs, he's not that weird. Latino weebs can be so cringe. The fact he bailed on the forum because we made fun of him for being a little bitch once says a lot. Yeah, that's kind of a thing. But the only person I've ever heard using the word licentious in a sentence... Thank you. I do have a vocabulary, fortunately. I need another drink. So that's the Nan Alice stuff. I would be fascinated to see what happens to Nan Alice in the future. I don't wish her wrong. It strikes me that she is a very naive person and also has no idea about VTubing, and also is a very isolated and introverted person who does refuse to break out of her bubble, which should be kind of, you know, not approved of, but she picked a bad manager, a very bad manager, and it's really gone downhill for her, and I respect her for just kind of quitting and just going, yeah, I'm not going to try and drag this around any longer. He can't handle the banter. He already attempted to quit YouTube after the Patreon controversy. Very spineless. I mean, again, he's a pretty, I won't say innocent, but he's an autist online because he can't really handle the real life. Last thing I seen on Alice is she said she was playing Tarkov and drinking vodka. I checked her stream once and she was just awkwardly not saying much. She's not equipped to be a streamer. Yeah, I know. She's just... I watched her once or twice. She had audio issues with her microphone for months and months. A lot of people were thinking that she was a MTF because her microphone quality was dreadful. And a lot of people thought that she sounded like a man using a voice changer, or somebody who was on like HRT and had that kind of like MTF falsetto thing. But no, that's just her audio setup being bad, and it took her 3 whole months. That's how much of a scammer Tessa is. That is how much of a scammer Tessa is that she let a talent of hers that she managed that spent $50,000 go for months with a broken microphone. That's how bad Tessa is. Don't hire Tessa. It's a terrible idea. She is a scammer. People thought she was MTF because also her account had a ton of interactions with well-known Chinese/Canadian MTFs. Chinese people in Canada tend to be remarkably liberal. I am not sure why. Maybe because they're just Canada in general. But yeah, that could be a thing. But again, she's definitely not an MTF as far as I know, or a FTM, if the other way around either. But anyway, I think we can move on from... I'll just move these two topics over to the used category. So we are actually like 3/4 of the way through, which is really nice. Let me just pick and choose a little bit. There's also the Gura stuff as well. Because Gura has finally reared her hammerhead again. Gura just scheduled a member stream and she is being very talkative in the pre-chat. Sounds like a big project may be dropping soon, but the full color release is still in limbo and she's getting kinda pissed about it. Probably was the thing she alluded to in her other members post a while back. My news, I got the long project cooking, literally 2 years, absolutely itching to get this out. I am going insane. Full color, I am also losing hope. I don't really know what's going on and I'm still waiting. Full color, more like forgotten color. Damn. That's hard. Gura streams, killer dies. That's a bit worrying. Being a lib as a foreigner means you get to import your family and grandma can pull welfare, also kill Whitey and so on. Who? Is she a new indie VTuber? Yeah, I don't know who this person is. I learned a special trick for the 4th anniversary just for you guys. You'll know it when you see it. Yeah, that trick is streaming more than once every 3 months. MV equals Montevideo, capital of Uruguay. Okay, that's kind of a funny one. And then Mismatch continues. Gura has been talking quite a bit about her music in this member's stream. She confirmed that she really doesn't think she sounds good in produced music, and also doesn't like what producers do to her voice in released songs. She prefers how her voice sounds with just a mic in karaokes, for instance. Sounds like there are a couple of projects in the works, but she didn't sound particularly enthusiastic about any of them, besides the thing that's been in the works for 2 years, which she says is really important to her. I get the strong impression that she has no interest in new original music or solo song covers going forwards. She sounded kind of discouraged about the whole thing. She also said that full color might show up from time to time in lives, but not to expect anything more from it. She also mentioned that instead of doing a promotional stream for the EDF game like Iris and Kiara did, the devs let her make a shitpost. She said it's the first time she's edited her own video in forever. She didn't say anything more specific about it, so I don't know if it's something in the game or a promo thing that hasn't been released yet. I really like EDF. So does Cover choose the producers or does the talent? Colin6464, I elaborated on that in my post on the forum, but this really feels like she's not wanting to do pop music, but ended up with pop producers. Do I have that tab open? Yes, you did. Okay, I'll go with that in a second. She also clarified that she's home now and looking forward to playing some games again. No mention of travel coming up, which with the concert in a week makes me think she won't be there. I know that several talents are going to be in NYC, presumably for live MC segments and whatnot. Might not be that all of the girls are doing these, or some combination of live and pre-recorded MCs. I have no idea whether Cover does chooses the producers or the talent does, so I can give no commentary there. Mike is a sound amplifying device, Mick is an Irishman. SBM, based on what some talents have said, the talent can choose the producers, but if they go to Cover for help, then Cover will find a producer. Source, Kiara and Mume. Okay, that makes perfect sense, to be honest. As Hiftua once said, the problem is that she's working in a very pop-dominated industry, and she clearly wants to be making music that isn't that. Record producers in the genre have picked up on unfortunate common practice of pitch correcting all non-perfect notes rather than just the most egregious offenders, making the subtleties in a vocal performance that give it personality get lost in translation. Her produced music sounds fine in the technical sense, but it's not uniquely Gura like her raw karaoke performances, and I'd wager guess that that's what's putting her off about it. The producers she's working with aren't exactly doing anything wrong, since that kind of production is incredibly popular, and the vast majority of music you hear on the radio these days is handled like that. but it means she's never going to sound like the 80s city pop artist she's into, since pitch correction wasn't an option, let alone expected, when those records were made. I can relate to this because Amiya Aranya, who I absolutely adore. Amiya Aranya is one of the nicest and most wonderful and lovely and huggable spiders out there in the entire industry. She has made some produced music, and I think it has all been objectively worse than the karaoke stuff that she has done, and also just the little songs that she has sung on her own channel. Her cover of Jolene is one of my favorite songs that I've ever heard a VTuber do in my entire life. She is a beautiful singer. But the produced stuff just doesn't quite have her flair and her energy. So I actually do agree with Gura here. I think that if you have a good natural singing voice, yes, they F up her voice every goddamn time. I agree. Absolutely. There was a cover she released with somebody else a while ago. Was it an OC? I don't know. Or original track or whatever it's called. And her voice just does not sound the same as in her live performances and her personal like little releases. The mixer for her original was awful. Yes, I didn't like it at all. It was like the marine one, I think so. Whereas Sinkiro, I can't even remember it. It's too long ago. I'm sorry. You'd have to... she did it as a duet with somebody, I believe. But it just doesn't sound like Amiya. It's not necessarily bad music, but hearing her voice in unproduced stuff and comparing it to how she sounds as produced content, it's night and day. She has a beautiful, beautiful voice in stuff. In fact, I would really love to know if she ever wants to do like live singing at a concert like the Expo or so on. That would be the one case where I would be curious, as I would actually want to ask her. Because I don't think she's ever done a concert at a venue before, but she has the voice for it. My God, she has the voice for it. I would love any convention with Amiya Aranya as a live singer. I would sign up for automatically. Wouldn't matter what else that was on the convention. Wouldn't matter how far away from it. I would attend in person. If anybody ever hears of Amiya going to a convention and doing live performance, please tell me. I will book my ticket the next day. Peak Gura voice is her rendition of Summer Wind from her first jazz karaoke. I have heard some of Gura's live karaoke, which was very good. I do like Gura's voice. She most definitely has a very good voice. Risu has what I consider the best singing in Hololive because she is so goddamn unambitious. But she is so goddamn unambitious, it's a shame. I love her singing. Her Holofest performance, all three of them were winners each time. Risu was definitely my first VTuber singer, and Risu's voice is absolutely beautiful. Risu has a golden voice. Her voice is just liquid honey in the ears. Well, maybe not in the ears, but on the tongue. But like it would be liquid honey on the tongue, except for your ears. Put it that way. Clearly the best Hololive singers are Ami and Shiori. Risu on third FaZe was a huge eye-opener for most of Holo fans. Risu and Botan were two of my very first non-English speaking VTuber exposures, and I love both of them. Include Fauna as well. She tries her best and it's cute. I've never heard any of Fauna's music, I'm afraid. Oh dear, I need another bit of water. Risu is English speaking, yeah, but Risu is ESL. She's English second language, which I think counts. And she also does a lot of her content in Indonesian. Nearly coming up for 3 hours. Let me see. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 more tabs to go through, and that's about it. Noel is adorable despite sucking hard. So let me just close that off. Let me just go back to just chatting for a second, because then I have a bunch of loose tabs that I would like to discuss, so we will have a look at those in just a moment. But let me just remind myself as to what the hell they actually are first. We've already looked at that. This is very funny. I need a few minutes to rest my voice, and I think this clip is a good thing to put on in the meantime. So I'd like to watch this again, and I'll just put this on screen because this is very cute. I love all the interactions that Irie and Clara have together. I think those two are an amazing duo. So here we go.
You're also autistic.
No, I'm not! What do you okay, I told you. That score came out higher than it should have because you kept interrupting every day and tried to make me rethink every single one. That's literally why my score came out higher, like high in general. Do you have anything to say about that?
You're more autistic than me.
No, I'm not. I'm not more autistic than I'm not. Okay. The doctors never told me I had autism. Okay. Okay.
Hey, it's the abusive lesbians.
You had a higher score than me.
It doesn't matter. It's a freaking test on an internet, on a freaking website. It's not even an official website. It's not even an official website. So why would you think that?
You have issues, Ari.
What do you mean I have issues? I don't have issues. I don't have any issue. Like, I'm gonna ignore you again. This is what happens when you drink a lot. Hit that like.
I love Irie and Clara together. I love Clara in general. Clara is one of the most amazing people in FaZe right now. Having another FaZe talent telling people to say slurs right below this video makes this for me. Wait, what are you talking about? Please take my Oshi's advice, go say slurs. Oh yes. I thought you meant Super Chirami for a second. Super Chirami, I quite like. She's pretty funny. Wait, why was Clara using TTS? I don't know. I think it's kind of a thing. What the heck is that? Oh, that's Keys in the Eyes channel. I'm getting recommendations from it because I watched that live stream. Shimi Love. Yeah, Super Chirami is very cute. Very cute and funny in an unironic sense, not a weird, creepy pedo sense. Let's see, what else do we have in the tab zone? Oh yes, this was this is another person that I find quite cute. Clara's killing it right now, also arguably the best singer in FaZe. I do agree. Clara is... If Pippa were to be hit by a bus or in any other way, like, be removed from FaZe in a way that did not cause a massive scandal, I would bet that Clara would become, like, the new Pippa. She would become the new, like, unhinged darling of FaZe. In fact, I think there's an alternate timeline where Clara literally is Pippa. Like, she has Pippa's model and everything, and she's the one that we got instead of Pippa. That would be a funny timeline, honestly. Well, anyway, let's get into this. I'd say Clara and Hina are the star singers right now. Agreed. Thank you.
Can you feel them out there? I'll have you know I go on the spin bike almost every day, and my butt cheeks are above average, I think. Or maybe they just look okay compared to my chest size. Source, Cleo, you are not getting DM pictures of my butt cheeks. I don't care.
Jets love, Cleo love. I'm sad that I didn't see any of Cleo's... yeah, Jets, I think, is a really cute streamer. Unfortunately, she streams in a dead zone for me, so I'm completely unable to catch her live. Like, it's something like 5 a.m. is when she starts streaming, usually, for me. There's a timeline where Rooney and Shiori switch places. That would be a fun timeline. But Cleo, Jets, and who else is it? I forget, which is really annoying. Names are failing me. These are all great people. I really like Cleo. I'm very sad that I didn't get any sign of Cleo's... she did a iPad walk around of a VExpo. I didn't see that, and it's a shame. I would have loved to say hi to Cleo at VExpo, but I just didn't see it. That's upsetting. I've got an absolutely Jets build from the one TTRPG collab she was on with Randon. Cleo has some comfy history tangents. Yeah, again, these people are mostly Australian, so I am unable to catch them live, which I think if I could catch them live much more often, I would enjoy them far more. At the moment, I kind of have to make do with like clips like this and so on, which I find very cute and very entertaining. Unfortunately, it's impossible time zone clashes that make it impossible to make them mainstream. It's a bit like Mint Castella. I think Mint Castella is would be one of my favorite streamers of all time if I was able to catch her live more often. But again, she streams, I think, like Midwestern time or whatever, or she's on California time. And so she starts streaming around, 3 or 4 a.m. for me. So I just can't catch her live most times. But yeah, that fat dog, I'm really into that fat dog. Like, Thrang has genuine competition from that dog, is what I'll say. Oh yeah, this was a big thing too. You had Christian. The most unexpected crossover in history. Christian freaking used a Mori Calliope. He used a Mori Calliope. The timelines are merging. The merge is real. I'm afraid to watch Cleo in case I'll have an autistic shit fit over a history take I disagree with. This man really can't hold back his archetype instincts. Look, a large woman bears better children, okay? That's not a fat dog, that's a bear. Just putting in my 2 bolts and a heart, but in regards to anime or animations from any country whose primary language is not English, I like the original language voices, as they are authentic with the respective show as opposed to dubs in a local language. Another thing, live action shows and movies keep it in original audio language. Shows like Woo Young Woo on Netflix, it makes no sense dubbing it because the lip sync would be off a lot. Just turn on the subtitles. Good show and story, by the way. Even animations of countries that outsource to Japan or US for the visual work but dubbed it in their country's original language since the original creator of that series lived there. Authentic like Charlie Brown in Minnesota. POV, you're trying to watch the anime and read the subtitles at the same time. Did Christian Weston Chandler basically just call for total localizer death? Heartbreaking person you hate says something sensible? It's just so weird to me. It's just so weird to me. Did he... it's actually amazing to me. Christian seems like the kind of guy who would unironically latch on to VTubers as a personal obsession. I'm almost surprised that he hasn't. Like, maybe he's, like, so heavily focused on... Maybe he's so heavily... What am I even saying? Maybe he's so heavily focused on Sonic that... Remember, CWC is crazy, not stupid. Yeah, the body cam footage is gold. I haven't seen that myself because I really haven't paid attention to... Well, we have new invaders coming this year. Guys, can you imagine? Can you imagine Christian Weston Chandler as a VTuber? Can you? Can you imagine? Just think about it, guys. I'd rather not. Pippa, excuse me? Excuse me. You cannot unironically compare CWC with goddamn Pippa, okay? Yes, Christian is a FaZe invader. I kneel. Sonic Chew PNG tuber. That's actually a thing. That's a very good point. Unironically, you could make that. That would be the thing. You could have Christian Weston Chandler as a Sonic Chew avatar. Somebody could make Chris a fully rigged Sonic Chew avatar. Can you imagine that? There's money in this. There is serious money in this. I need to get to Null right now. I need to go and DM Null and say, I have realized this is how we make money for Kiwi Farms, okay? What you need to do What you need to do right now is get in contact with Christian Weston Chandler and say that you will get him a 3D Sonic Chew avatar made that he can stream through. And then all you need to do is just take payments, is just take a percentage of the super chats that he gets. Kiwi Farms is bankrolled for the next 30 years, okay? That's how you do this, okay? Sonic Chew avatar, Rose Chew avatar, this Prince money. This is how the merge happens. This is dangerous. This is very, very dangerous. Proctor, stop enabling others' insanity. Excuse me, I run TVA. We already enable people's insanity on a grand scale. Local LLC has a VTuber company. I mean, Socks has a VTuber agency now, so... $1 million idea, but consider the supernatural consequences to follow. Oh, it would be worth it if the I'm a Christian, you know. I'm a Christian of the end times on earth variety. So if that would be the way that the end times come about because Christian Weston Chandler triggers the merge, technically all I'm doing is fulfilling divine prophecy. So that's not bad. That's not a bad thing at all, is it? Oh my, that actually hurt my sides a tiny bit to talk about. Proctor out here immanitizing the eschaton. You're a Christian, liquid or solid. What? Did you call him Trandler, lol? No, I don't think I did. Stop trying to immanitize. Thrang, reign in. Thrang, I am the one that reigns in Thrang, trust me. Oh yeah, and also this the thing I realized in my title. I haven't talked about the stuff that's in my title, but that's a big thing too. Let me see if I can find it. Give me just 1 second. No, that's Rima. Oh yes, there's this, and I never gave this its own dedicated section, which is really annoying. Oh my god, where the hell is it? That's so irritating. I think it's on Twitter. No? Here it is, here it is. I'm sorry, guys, I didn't realize it was here. No, that's not it. Go away. Here we are, because everybody's absolute... Speaking... You want to call me a femboy? You want to call me a femboy? This is who we're talking about right now. This is JoCat, okay? The most femmy of femboys. This is the archdeacon of femboys, alright? If I am a 1 out of the 1 out of 10 femboy scale, JoCat is a 20. And as Marshall Bonehard, Bohemond, sorry, I don't know why I said that differently. JoCat, yes. Ha, JoCat. I don't like Deathcore of Krieg, but I like them if they just made them entirely different. Then you don't like Deathcore of Krieg, JoCat. Fucking tourist. Let's listen to this wonderful... JoCat makes being straight feel gay, yes. Well, in comparison to him, anyone is Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I've gotten into 3D printing as well, just to save myself a few dollars. And also because there's just some really cool models out there. I'm not a big fan of Kriegers, how they look, but I found like some proxy Kriegers, like a 3D designed, that I like a lot more. And what I like about them is they have boobs. And that's it. Yeah. So... yeah. I've gotten into 3D...
Oh. I thought he was leaving the internet because he was being bullied. Yeah. He keeps coming back because he doesn't have a personality outside the internet. And the internet is his entire existence. He is, like, JoCat is the most mid and safe. Now, we used to talk about gamer girls, like fake gamer girls. JoCat is a fake gamer boy. Or more accurately, like, he typifies the stereotype of every male gamer that the industry still wants to appeal to. Like, he's full of soy, for one thing. He's absolutely and completely inoffensive and harmless in that really unique and particular consumer kind of way. He's a real gamer boy, an utter consumer, exactly. Better or worse than Merryweather? I mean, Merryweather spurgs out, but I don't think that Merryweather is quite as bad as JoCat. The thing is that JoCat is thirsty. JoCat is insanely thirsty all the time. I mean, let's look at it like that. He says he likes the Deathcore Creek because they have boobs. This man is a total consumer. I don't think that Merryweather is enormously thirsty. Like, from my exposure to Merryweather, he's not entirely sex-obsessed, whereas JoCat is. And he's sex-obsessed in that extremely mainstream acceptable sex-obsessed way, because he's like, oh, I would never, I respect, I respect every woman's boundaries. Like, women are wonderful, and they are empowered, and they are, you know, very, very brave and stunning and amazing. And I believe all women, you know, hashtag believe all women, hashtag me too. But women are beautiful, and they're wonderful, and they are queens. And I say yes, queen, slay, yes, queen, slay, yes, queen, slay. But I would never be into any of the the horrible stuff. Like, oh my goodness, I would never try and take away a woman's wonderful, empowered nature. There's women are so empowered. Oh, it's so good what feminism has done to them, guys. Oh, like we men are living up. We are atoning for our past mistakes. We would never, ever oppress women. We would never, ever oppress women like we used to. But I still love women, guys. I love all kinds of women. I love all kinds of empowered women. Is anyone clipping this? Sis, I'm very sorry. Proctor, stop speaking in the mirror. Shut up, Lumi. But yeah, he's that kind of man, and it's really, really obvious and really, really embarrassing to be around. It's like, I very much want to be a sex pest, but I know to cloak myself in this veneer of harmlessness so that people don't accuse me of being a sex pest. Give all the women the oppress. I would never oppress a woman. I am aware of my male privilege. Oh dear, that actually hurt my throat a bit to do. So yeah, literally the TRD video. I wanted to be a sex pest. Clip that too, shut up. Turning gay, he's already there. Yeah, he's done some really dumb and stupid stuff too. Like, there was this picture that some artist put out on Twitter, and it was a collection of female body types, and I think it was a she that wrote that drew them, and she said, which one of these would you love to be with, or something or other? And JoCat put out a response tweet that said, shut up, all of them. And like, he drew every single character in that like collage with him in a different situation. And like, it was all different body types. There was a fat girl, there was a very tall girl, there was a skinny girl, there was a goth girl, there was like a muscle mommy, etc. And he had his character in all of these panels, like interacting with each of these body types. And you notice in every single one of those images, no matter what the body type of the girl that he's interacting with, he very conspicuously draws his character as smaller and weaker than the character that he's interacting with. Like, even down to the specific panel layout of each comic that he drew, the man himself is always presented in the inferior submissive position. And that is a level of meticulous soy boyness that I can see as nothing short of a personal admission of being a deeply, deeply weird person. Like, you don't become that much of a doormat unless you've got some skeletons in your closet. And I'm not afraid to say that. When did JoCat make an OF? What? He made a JoCat? Also, am I seeing things, or is he using the default female Mikot bit outfit? I have no idea. He has one. Oh. I think I vaguely talked about that at one point, but... so a future sex crimes person. The sex crimes have already happened. We're just waiting to hear about them. I'm willing to bet that. Call it prejudgment. I don't feel afraid of prejudging in the case of somebody like JoCat. It's going to happen sooner or later. He is a huge Final Fantasy 13 player, so it might be the Mikot outfit. The Final Fantasy no, wasn't it? Is it 13 or whatever it's called? XIV. I forget what those Roman numerals stand for because I flunked out of math. All the people 14. Sorry, 14. Final Fantasy 14. Yes, I know. The 10 people do not need to say it all at once, okay? One person saying it is enough. 14, you're as bad as Pippa with Roman numerals. I am very bad at anything to do with math. Like, math is the one subject where my autism is just overwhelmingly negative towards. I could be wrong, but it's interesting how the VTubing community seems quietly politically divided between apolitical and the right against everything apolitical and the right haze? Could you explain that to me, Maid Rex? What's 9 plus 10? 19. I'm not that bad. Not enough to know, you have to understand. I think, Maid Rex, you make a point. However, I don't really agree with the idea of apolitical VTubing, because this is going to be a bit of a controversial opinion. I think that I've always had this stance that all forms of entertainment are in some way political. And it's just a matter of whether you are honest about the politics your work contains or you're not honest. Because when you say apolitical VTubers, there are a lot of VTubers who overtly claim to be apolitical. However, they will have things like pronouns in bio, or you join their discords or whatever, and you can see there are pronoun roles, or there are rules that are very specifically say things like, oh, you're not allowed to mention this, but you're allowed to mention that. And so the idea of apolitical basically means I have milquetoast takes and I don't want you to bring up more extreme stuff. Apolitical means early 2000s shit. Yeah, that's actually, you know what, Purian? That is exactly correct. You have hit the nail on the head. Apolitical means early 2000s shit lib. You are completely correct. You can be further left from that, you can be a more modern leftist and so on, but if saying that you're apolitical is basically a Robert Louis Dabney quote. It's going to be another... I mean, Hololive, ignoring the yabai stuff, they promote beautiful women being well-trained in idol work, kind of traditional understanding of beauty. Yes. I think that people usually get that with... Sorry. I think... my apologies, my apologies, my brain is melting. Colin474. I think what people usually get at with apolitical entertainment is that it doesn't preach to them rather than existing in an apolitical void. Yes, and I want to be very specific. I want to be very specific here. That what Porian and Colin474 said is basically what I agree with. People who say they are apolitical, I'm not saying that they have no politics. Oh my goodness, I've tied myself in knots again. My brain is just not working properly. Frank Ayers. I know, we already went over this, thank you. Lumi, apolitical VTubers are usually people who have the wrong think politics, to be frank, and just show left tendencies in public, but pretty right-leaning in private or around friends. I kind of agree. I hate this argument because it's almost universally used by people who are wielding it as a weapon to destroy things that will not bow down to their beliefs. I do agree. But the trouble is, like, my attitude is, if you try and be genuinely apolitical, completely apolitical, well, actually, I'll put it in a different way. I was listening to an audiobook yesterday that was talking about locks. It was talking about digital locks. And it was pointing out that if a digital lock exists, the creator of that digital lock has to anticipate every possible way somebody is going to try and break that lock. Meanwhile, somebody that wants to break that lock only has to get lucky to break that lock once with one approach. And I think that idea encapsulates the problem with being apolitical. Because if you say you are apolitical, then you are essentially saying, no matter what kind of politics it is, I don't want to be involved with it. However, the other side of the coin is, because you're always going to have some form of political belief in your head, whether it is conservative, liberal, traditional, non-traditional, libertarian, etc., blah, blah, blah. Your opinions are going to, in some way, even if you consider them to be neutral or apolitical, somebody will be able to take your opinion on any topic whatsoever, doesn't matter what it is, and is able to go to something like a political compass or whatever and say, this person is a center leftist, or this person is a traditional conservative, etc., and so on. Maniacal Foreigner, you might not take an interest in politics, but sooner or later politics will take an interest in you. That's another good point. My attitude is, like, I used to be as apolitical as I possibly could be. I still consider myself to be neutral. I will never vote for a government. I am never going to actively endorse a political agenda. However, what I've learned is that my opinions, if you put them on a political chart, would result generally in center-right, somewhat libertarian and traditionalist-leaning views. And I cannot then say to somebody who calls me a traditional conservative, no, I'm not a traditional conservative, I'm neutral. They have the right to call me a traditional conservative because objectively my opinions line up fairly decently with the idea of traditional political conservatism. Like, I can say that I'm apolitical all that I damn well please. Somebody else can say that I am, and then they will be the attack vector that has broken my political lock. So I am literally just going to say, I don't consider myself political, but the opinions I have do align with certain political ideologies, because you can't have an opinion and not be somewhere on some ideology. And that's a very autistic opinion, probably. I probably overthink it a bit too much. Political opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one, and just like assholes, there's a time and a place to whip it out. Some places are never that time or place, just like your cousin's wedding. You're an evil, racist, pedophile, doxmaxer of children, remember? Oh, yes. Nanny Love, I dislike politics in general because people can't talk about them without screeching or pigeonholing you. Also, some really autistic people nowadays feel the need to talk about it all the damn time. Yes. I do agree. Like, the case is, my problem is, and I want to try and make this as clear as possible, that I would prefer things to be as apolitical as possible, but the case is, when there is a force in your community that is trying to make things political, and you refuse to take a stand and defend your opinions, which will, by definition, be political in some way, you are automatically yielding the floor to those people who don't agree with your neutrality, with your apolitical stance, and will abuse your refusal to stand up with them to corrupt the space you are in and turn it into a political echo chamber of their own personal decision. That is the basis for my argument for any kind of involvement of political opinion, or opinion in general, in the entertainment industry in general. Now, I'm wondering how close to a consequentialist they would be if a rational actor were aiming to be truly apolitical. That's a little bit convoluted. No politics in this space is a political statement. It basically is. maybe as a person from a country with actual problems, I think that solving the issues instead of chomping out, I think you mean chimping out about subjective fallacy is the thing to do. I do agree. I mean, let me just emphasize this. My interest in online politics has decreased massively in line with how much gardening I do. Because, again, if you have... Politics is a very high-order need to interact with. It's not very low on the... I think... Or is it the reverse? Like the table of human needs or whatever? We must cultivate our garden? Yes. If you are somebody who has a well-rounded and solid personality and lots of things to involve themselves in real life, then you probably are not going to care too much about online politics. And you will be able to be in a space where people have political opinions, and you're going to be able to ignore them and just focus on... and just focus on things that are productive to your own life. I think it's completely acceptable to not want to have anything to do with politics when you know that that will have no productive benefit. Whereas entertainment is supposed to be an escape from public mortality, aka politics. That's the one thing I think apolitical means, an innocent escape from public mores without making that escape a message. Yes, I do agree. Now, this is actually... I'm going to tangent a tiny bit on this topic because I think it's very important. This was a conversation that I had with somebody about the Tiger incident recently. And they're a person who is very anti the idea that lolly art and so on is child pornography. And they are anti the idea that lolly is a slippery slope. However, they were also like, I think that this is creepy and weird what Tiger was into. I would never want somebody to make this kind of artwork, aka little characters that look like toddlers literally pissing in diapers and so on. I think that it is perfectly reasonable to be suspicious of somebody, but at the same time, I don't think you should censor and condemn somebody as a pedophile just because they made that kind of content. And that was basically the kind of their view and the view of the people that I was interacting with overall. And I looked at it like this. That when I was a child, when I was very young, and my parents were a lot younger too, they would tell me, because my parents are quite old. My parents are both in their my mother is in her late 70s, my father is in his late 60s. And they made it a point to give me a lot of generational experience. They would go out of their way to tell me what their lives and the lives of their parents were like when they were children. And I consider this to be extremely important context. And there's a reason I'm bringing up the Tiger thing again. I will loop back to it and explain it properly later. Basically, what I said in this debate was, I think that the whole idea of lolicon and drawn CSAM and all this stuff is kind of missing the forest for the trees. Because we currently live in a society where somebody can draw a cartoon of a child, and that cartoon, it is quite possible, even if it is a completely safe for work cartoon, it is quite possible to consider that material to be appealing to people who like children in a sexual sense. Because we have been conditioned as a society to expect that kind of thing. Even if we don't agree with the idea that drawing a picture of a child in some capacity, even if it's safe for work, is automatically going to mean, oh, this is appealing to pedophiles, that idea is still in our head. That general concept of what should be an innocent material being made to appeal to somebody who has proclivities in that regard is a simple societal fact we all think about every day to some degree, every time we're exposed to it. But if you go back like 2 generations to my grandparents, the idea that people would even be sexually interested in children was basically non-existent in a societal state. And you can see that if you look at old books and old novels and old material in general. The idea of the innocent child depicted in, for example, the idea of a naked child automatically being sexual is not something that somebody from the early 1910s or whatever would consider. Because, especially in places like Europe, because remember, Europe has a far different attitude towards like nudity taboos and so on than a lot of America does. So the idea of a child being, well, basically going unclothed was not something unusual. You could walk down a high school, not in a high school, but you could walk down the high street of a village in, say, the late 1800s to early 1900s, and there could be children, there could be little girls without wearing tops and so on. So when you say, Nigel Foreigner, about child jigging commonplace even back in the 60s, I'm talking about the very early 1900s. The very early 1900s. So like by the 60s and 70s, all of this stuff did happen, but you can also, again, with old novels and so on. I used to read an awful lot of lifestyle novels from like the 1800s and the 1900s, and the conversations were so different. Like they would talk quite candidly. You know, in my childhood, you know, children used to bathe naked in pools all the time, and nobody considered that strange. And so you can take that idea of, like how skinny dipping was the only way to swim back in the early... Yeah, exactly. I literally just mentioned that. Precisely. That it was not considered unusual for a child to go without clothing as a standard part of their life, of their lifestyle. And when I say child, I mean like very young, like a toddler, or say, you know, a 3 to 8 or 9-year-old. The only times that people began to view children in a sexual light was after puberty. And Monocle Foreigner has pointed out, Britain in particular has a long history of pedophilic abuse, especially in the school system. And my parents were of the generation that would understand that. However, what I note as very interesting is that their understanding of pedophilia is that it would be men who were interested in children who had already developed sexual characteristics, i.e. they were post-puberty, they were having periods and so on, and so their characteristics were underdeveloped, but they were still present. However, something like Tiger, for example, the fact that the character is completely sexually underdeveloped is the fetishization of it. That's the point. It is the overt sexualization of the innocent aspects and the biological immaturity. There was a basic video on YouTube that originally aired back in the 90s that has full frontal nudity of 2 nude kids, boy and girl, just walking around. Back then, no one thought it was something too weird. Yes, that's another good example. And this is what I'm getting at, is that the societal perception of these things... Ever heard of Alice Liddell and Lewis Carroll? Those names very vaguely mean something to me, but wasn't Lewis... Am I thinking of... Let me just Google this so that I see what you mean. Now, I'm not saying... Yeah, Lewis Carroll... Are you talking about the English author and poet? Yeah, he was the guy that wrote Alice Through the Looking Glass. The cover of Nirvana's Nevermind had baby dog on it, by the way. Lewis Carroll is the author of Alice in Wonderland. Yes. People will take this out of context and paint you as one of those, actually it's hebephilia, not pedophilia people. I don't care, honestly. Like, I have always found that argument to be very... You know, it is something that pedophiles do use to defend themselves. However, I think it is reductive because, again, when you make things this overly broad, you actually make it incredibly difficult to do proper studies and research into the condition itself. There are actually some very good studies on pedophilia, on hebephilia, on other sexual paraphilias that were done in the the mid 1900s, as I recall. Those were very good. They were high quality. They had lots of peer review. They are the accepted standard for psychology textbooks related to paraphilia to this day. However, in the current climate, because of how muddy and awkward and complicated and difficult it has been to even discuss this topic from an objective scientific perspective, those kind of studies cannot be repeated. And that is set, imagine if we could actually study this properly. Do you think that a cure for pedophilia could be invented? I think it could. It's a neurological condition. It's not natural and normal for somebody to be attracted to children. I'm convinced that if you did enough studies and enough psychological work, you could literally invent a cure that would reset somebody's hormones on something so they would not feel an attraction to children. We know for a fact, a hard biological fact, that it is possible to influence people's sexualities because this is something that women experience all the time when it comes to birth control pills. And Sarcastic Madman says, can we cure transgenderism while you're at it? Exactly. We can't have any kind of objective discussions of this because of how muddied all of these things have. Because the moment you accept the concept that you can cure pedophilia chemically, you can also accept the concept that you can cure homosexuality, that you can cure transgenderism, that you can cure any kind of sexuality, that you can change somebody from gay to straight. And that is why it is unacceptable to discuss these things nowadays. And I think that is a massive loss to science, and it is an insane thing that we are doing that is destructible. Sarcastic Madman, it's proven to be treatable with schizophrenia medication. Yeah, I mean, just look at the stats. The raw stats say 93% of people that have transgender ideation or whatever when they're children, if you leave them the hell alone, they become settled in their birth gender after 5 or 10 years. I wish they would look into the guy with the brain tumor that was making him a pedophile. I heard something about that too, actually. Although I can't remember it off the top of my head. Face the wall solution. Yeah. And this is, again, what leads me back to this concept that if you go back 100 or more years, the societal infection of the idea that it is somehow a normal thing to be attracted to children doesn't exist. Or at least it's nowhere near as deeply infected society. And so we're at a state now where innocence no longer exists, where you have to look, there's always going to be that little voice in the back of your head that says, is this thing that I'm looking at, which seems to be innocent, does it have a connotation that I just don't recognize or don't notice? And it's just how many furries do we have today because of Disney movies or Don Bluth? How many people will say, oh yeah, I realized I was a furry when I saw sexy Maid Marian in Disney's Robin Hood? Or when there was those Don Bluth films with the sexy rat girl or something? And what kind of damage has that societal perception done to people? And how could it... It's something that I could talk about this for hours because it really highlights to me just how bad everything has gotten and what a terrible society we live in. And it just depresses me. Again, you're not allowed to talk about these things, and I massively rebel against that. So yeah, this is my next cancellation, guys. But I don't really care. I mean, I've got nothing to lose. I really don't. I mean, what are people going to clip me saying this and say, oh yeah, he's anti-trans because he says that transgenderism will be cured? Yes, I literally believe that. Congratulations. I had never tried to hide that belief in my entire life. I'm sorry. Keep talking. Eventually you'll accidentally give us your own good pedophilia clip. Monaco Foreigner, it's tragic how parents have had to become so suspicious of anyone trying to play with their children. It used to be such a commonplace and heartwarming thing, but now there's so much distrust. Yeah, exactly. That's another very good point. Cough, cough, pornography created by a certain group of people to spread the degeneration of innocence, cough, cough. We are not going to talk too much about the silly hat people right now. So yeah, we wandered off into the woods here. And then I love how it was JoCat of all people that got me on this tangent. It was freaking JoCat that puts me on like a nearly 25-minute long tangent about pedophilia. These are the streams. Good grief. What was the other thing that I wanted to talk about? Give me a second, please. I've completely gotten lost in the weeds again. Just chatting. I'm gonna get there, I swear. No, that was the JoCat thing. The raid? Oh yes, the raid. Thank you. That's a good one to kind of in strings. Evil Toast or the other sex creep. I will probably do a stream about him on next Monday. It's also Colin474. It's also had to talk about because there are people making constant efforts to justify and normalize pedophilia, and I don't want to risk giving them an inch. I do understand. I agree too. That's the thing. Both sides of the equation are just so monstrously corrupt, it's impossible to have any kind of objective thing. Okay, I'm no furry, but Don Bluth was cooking, as the kids say, with Goldie Pheasant. Who? I don't think I know who that character is, so let me just look that up. Goldie Pheasant. You know, I'm not going to look at that any longer because I like birds, and yeah, I don't want a sexy bird woman on my screen any longer. Thank you. That's just a little bit too far. Oh no, it's Proctor's wife. Shut up. How many more fur friends are we going to see in like 10 years or so because they grew up watching VTubers with animal ears? I mean, do you seriously think that I don't have that my paraphilia for tails does not stem from the fact that I was exposed to too many sexy kitsunes in the last 5 or 6 years? Like, it all started with like Irie from League of Legends, and then we had like, was it Tamamo or whatever from... Is she from Monster Girl Encyclopedia? But yeah, I'm sorry. The moment I was exposed to Kitsune character design, I was like, yeah, this makes my brain go tingly. And I'm okay with that. There are worse paraphilias to have than a fixation on fluffy tails. 1 second, I need to blow my nose. Be 2 seconds. Are we going to cover the KF and Fur Affinity hacking debacle? I would prefer to wait until Monday to talk about that because that's very much an evolving situation. At least the animal ears and tails are cosmetic. Furries want anatomical accuracy of animals. Big difference. Yeah. Elves or furry tails, TBH. I mean, elves... An elf is good too. She's a literal succubus, man. Come on. She has 9 tails, okay? They are 9 fluffy tails, okay? You just can't say no to that. I'm sorry. You just blew your plausible deniability of this being a bit, by the way. It's not a bit that I like tails, okay? I'm completely honest about that. I like fluffy tails, and I cannot lie. Yes, the Discord raid. So... Quite a few of you are aware that Chase and the Sharty people have been very active in the Pippa thread over on KF. And so Chase recently, oh my goodness, is Planetary Bombardment here? Because if he is, let me actually just DM him, because can anybody in the holding cells... Let me just scroll up a bit. I think there's been a whole bunch of messages since then, but there was a hilarious incident on the Sharty that I think deserves to be commemorated. Planetary Bombardment posted a screenshot of it. and then I was an idiot and managed to overwrite it. Come on, it's here somewhere. Or maybe there was a post. If somebody, the phone incident, if anybody knows what I'm talking about with regards to the phone incident, could you please post it on the Discord for me to read, because it is just side-splitting hilarious. So, but I think I've lost it. I'm scrolling up and I can't see it. Maybe it's somewhere else. That's very irritating. Yeah, it's not here. Oh, that's so depressing. And the VTuber discussion has moved on far too much. It's in the Pippa thread. The Pippa thread is massive and rambling. Could you link it directly? I just can't. You mean the raid where Chase was the only one raiding? Chase tried to raid the Discord. Chase logged in to the Discord and he tried to confirm my docs. He added me and he started asking me what my docs was. Page 1908, if it's what you're thinking of. Let me see if I can find it. I'll just look at Planetary Bombardment 2, because I think he might have linked it directly. Yes, here it is. Thank you very much. Can someone please tell me what made Chase hate you so much in the first place? Somebody else can probably tell you. I don't know. Chase is just insane, okay? There's no logic to Chase's brain. He's probably on the Sharty right now, screaming into the void, telling the Sharties to raid this very stream. In fact, I almost guarantee it, because the last stream that I made, the Sharties, Chase was on the Sharties saying, oh, raid Proctor Zakharov, he's a pedophile doxer, etc. and so on. And then he said, oh, Proctor closed, he ended his stream. He knew that I was going to raid him, and he was so scared, he ended his stream. So raid the comments instead. There are 0 raid comments on the last stream. Apart from Super Duper. Super Duper decided to say first for some reason on the last stream. They're probably figuring out how to make YouTube accounts right now. I mean, YouTube accounts are literally just Google accounts, so... Pedoctor Doxerov. Right, anyway, I've got this brought up. So this is a great chaser for the stream. So we can pretty much end on this note after that. After the very morbid and depressing talk I just had about pedophilia, I think this is a good chaser to end the stream on. Hey, it's the chasers providing the chaser. How poetic. The OP of one of the Pippa threads on Sharty decided to click random shit and share passwords for some effing reason, and now via some method I'm not going to pretend to understand, has had his phone factory reset. Do whatever you want, teens. I give up on this raid because of this faggot thread derailer. I lost my Google main account because he remotely factory resetted my phone. I missed it. Somebody give me a TLDR, and is the raid over, or was it... Good grief, the nonsense on this. PCG absolutely mogging the Sharty. Hilarious. Oh, yes. I think there was an update to this, that it was somebody on... Let me have a look. Oh, here it is. The Sharty, and by that I mean one guy who can't even be bothered to invoke an ID change, spent the past 6 hours plotting a grand raid on FaZe Connect Company's Discord server. I doubt this is Chase, but he's certainly as dumb as Chase. We'll get to him in a minute. Pipkin Pedophile is a PDF and racist VTuber. You want proof, etc. That's just there for stupid fail docs on Pippa. Highlights include arguing about whether to raid today or tomorrow, spending nearly 2 hours attempting to help exactly one kid set a throwaway Discord account, having some glorious Frenchman steal the account immediately, see edit, raiding the Reddit Discord instead of PCD. There's a Reddit Discord? Getting locked out of joining PCD at all because they spent 6 hours loudly broadcasting their plans ahead of time, not deciding a raid message ahead of time, picking an overlong and retarded raid message with links. The raid is now over after just 20 minutes, with a grand total of 0 messages or presents or whatever the fuck delivered. They're convinced someone ratted them out and exposed their secret plans on a publicly accessible website, and have now pivoted to argue about phones. But on to Chase. He has goons now. It is unknown if these goons are related to the super hackers he's previously claimed to associate with. Oh dear. Oh, and finally I can blow this up. Magnesium Corp. I'm saying that it's insane that you guys take Chase and then ascribe to him anything done by anyone who even madly agrees with him about anything. Like, I get what you do. That's just, I don't even bother reading that. Can you, this is XYZ. This is not the Ziz on Kirscha's Discord, by the way. For some reason, he calls himself XYZ on the Onion Farms. He is not Ziz from Kirscha's Discord, okay? That's a misconception that has been made before. No, this is Chase. Can you help me dox Proctor? Me and my goons are working on his docs. God damn it, I've just lost my place. No, not that, not that, not that. I think I may be an idiot. Oh, did I click out of it? Oh, here it is. Sorry, I'm back again. Sorry. It's not looking good for Bird Boss, because Chase has already found him. That's right. Andrew Proctor. I'm offended Mr. Proctor never told us he could shred. Let me just turn off my volume for a second, because I have no idea how loud SoundCloud is. Oh, that's actually not... No, that is a bit too noisy. Get owned, Andy. I love how you can't actually change the volume on this whatsoever. Oh, I can't. Oh, that's stupid. I can't even do that because I hate SoundCloud deeply and passionately. Yep, I know you can't hear it. I was making sure that you didn't get your ears blown out because I have no idea how loud SoundCloud is. Whoop. No. Why is SoundCloud so awful? This is actually quite nice. Here's your new stream opening music. If you took the words right out of my mouth. Is it legal to just use somebody's SoundCloud music as a stream intro? I'm genuinely curious. Nice riff, Proc. I'd be gay for you. Not sure about all those Fujos you've collected. That was a decade ago, but you should ask if you could use the music, lol. It's probably the most views he would have ever gotten, but aren't they your jams, Andy? I mean, you don't know what YouTube is like, okay? People have been sued by themselves before. You could probably ask him. He's a one-view nobody. That's actually quite cute. It has 62 listens. He'd probably let you do it. Or you could use it anyway and credit him. I'm going to check the license on the artist page. If it's not royalty-free, try contacting him. I legitimately might do that. I genuinely might do that. Sorry, I've been fiddling with the microphone for ages. I'm sorry if my sound quality changed. The phone-freaking Frenchman story got even better. Here it is. Oh yeah, see, this is the update. How did it get derailed? 2 people were sending emails through this thread and one dude intercepted it and bricked 2 phones. You're going to pay for this, you feds. Lamau, hon, no more Apex for you. Toasting in Ebin bread put me in the screenshot Shuddy's cake. Was there a further update to this as well? Oh yeah, thank you, Porian. I think this was just... let me just look at this one too. Is this the same thing? Oh, yes, this is the same thing. Sorry, I thought like 4 people sent me the same link. I apologize for going over it. You have to try now. Yes, I agree. I think I legitimately am going to. Yeah, the guy who did it bragged about it on PCG. Is there a link? That's what I'd specifically like to go. Is this like the most updated version of that bragging? But or is that a different post? If it is, then please feel free to send me. Was Chase the dog effer? No, he was not. That was a false positive. The Chase and the dog effer guy were very similar in lots of different places, but they are not the same person. That's pretty much hard confirmed. Here we are. Thank you very much, Planetary Bombardment. You are very much MVP. Oh, for goodness sake, I really hate this. Open in new tab. So here we go. Guys, I baited the sharty retards into giving me access to their phones and scared one of them into sending Pippa an Akasupa. What should I do next? I didn't even know about the Akasupa thing. They all wanted to try and raid Pippa and didn't know how to make alt emails and then didn't know how to log into Discord. I went into the account they all tried to log into, changed the password, and downloaded their passwords and browser history. They also all decided using their phones to log into it was a great idea. So now I have find my phone options at the ready and have reset their phones and made them ring randomly. Right now I have a few Canadians and one Brazilian I can just F with. I forced the Canadian to make a PayPal to send Pippa an Akasupa. It took him 2 hours to figure out how to do it. Help my throat. 4chan is not sending their best. I love this. It's so... And the thing about all this is that these people have actually made Pippa money. The quality of channels has greatly declined. Zoomeroids falling for an Indian tier iced tea scam. You hate to see it. Yeah, this guy, I have no idea who this guy is. This guy is incredibly based. If this guy is apparently a Frenchman. If this guy is at the next, somebody can clip this and send this on PCG or whatever. Guy, Frenchman, if you are at Expo, I want you to contact me next year. If you're at Expo next year, contact me so that I can buy you a beer at the Expo bar, okay? I want to meet you at Expo. I want to go to the hotel bar and I want to buy you a drink of your choice so that we can talk about this stuff. Contact me. Call me. I'm starting to realize that having so much money, you don't need to pirate games or movies leads to this kind of computer retardation. That's actually a pretty good point. There's actually an article, have I read it on stream before? I don't know, but I've looked at it recently as well, that Zoomers are apparently the most likely generation to fall for computer scams these days. It's probably a minor, maybe, I'm not too sure. Same brain cell. We dog on Pippa's fanbase an awful lot, but when they do stuff like this, I actually think they're pretty based, and that depresses me. I shouldn't have to do that to say that. But yes, Chase, after this happened, Chase himself decided to join my Discord. And he decided that the best thing to do was to, first of all, say that a ton more people were going to join and raid. So I just started banning anybody who joined. I did accidentally catch an innocent in the crossfire, but I was just like, yeah, 3 people joined just after you did, and you just said they're here to raid. Yeah, bye. Goodbye. And then he started saying, Proctor Zakharov, do you live in Georgia? Do you live in Minnesota? Do you live in... He was literally playing 20 questions with me to get me to dox myself on my own Discord server. Why is an old Zoomer like me so much more tech literate than a young Zoomer? Like, you just need to learn basic computer safety, dodging the Russian runes when downloading stuff, and trusting nobody when your parents just give you 60 to buy Call of Duty 29. You should have answered yes, Lamau. I mean, that's the kind of joke that I had after earlier, where I banned him and I said, I'm sorry, guys, he was getting too close to the... he was getting... Close? He was getting too close to the truth. I had to ban him. Didn't you say maybe to Michigan? Kids these days never lived on Kazaa. Would you guess who it's a mystery? Does Proctor wear glasses? I do wear glasses, actually. That's a tip for you. I have very bad vision, so I have to wear fairly strong prescription glasses. He was really specific about Georgia, so I assume John Steve Proctologist from Georgia is going to get his leaked info on Sharty and get some pizzas sent to his door. That would be a pretty upsetting thing. That is a bit of a depressing part of this whole thing, is the Sharties have just tried to dox, they've tried to dox Hexa, they've tried to dox a whole bunch of VTubers, they've tried to dox Pippa, and they fail every single time. But the thing is, they are completely obsessed with being right, and they are convinced they are correct. And so if you go on the Sharty, you can see multiple plans to send pizzas to the addresses and locations of the VTubers they think they have doxed. So there are actual innocent people being caught in this crossfire just because they happen to have a last name to something, to one of Pippa's, Discord accounts or whatever one day. The fact they failed to dox Hexa Summer was the funniest part in this. I mean, even Hexa herself said, I feel sorry for whatever girl they've picked on that they think is me. And that's the upsetting part of it. And we have people on Kiwi Farms who are like pink names on Kiwi Farms, like total pink name death, that are saying, oh, well, what does it matter if the Sharties are raiding like Pipper and so on their forum? They're just doing it on their forum. They're not actually doing it on KF, so they're not actually violating the no trolling fans rule. Why are you angry about it? And I'm like, yeah, but we don't involve innocent people. That's always been the case. When we had people like Nick Bate, and we had people like, I think it was Snake Thing or whatever, who was that, Kero the Wolf, who raped puppies to death and beat small animals to death with a baseball bat. Even in that case, Kiwi Farms did not allow fail doxes. They were like, no, this person is horrible and disgusting, and we actively want to get dirt on them so we can report them to the authorities because they are murdering and torturing animals to death. Even then, they did not allow they called out people that were trying to dox people like Snake Thing and Kero the Wolf, because they were muddying the waters and they were preventing actual real information that could lead to their accusation of animal abuse from being brought to the police. So in cases like that, with people that were objectively dreadful people, the Kiwi Farms regulars were like, no, stop trying to dox people. Kiwi Farms has fallen, billions must fail docs. Yeah, and it just depresses me that this is allowed now on Kiwi Farms, that you can just go on Kiwi Farms, you can spam a whole bunch of completely random, totally inaccurate doxes and be like, yeah, send pizzas to this address, yeah, phone up this person's parents or what we think of this person's parents, contact their family members. This is the kind of shit that Null had to deal with when he was running Kiwi, well, he still runs Kiwi Farms, obviously. Like, people used to show up at the doorsteps of his family members. Journalists would contact, like, his third cousins twice removed and say, excuse me, how do you feel that you are in the bloodline of that notorious evil person, Joshua Connor Moon, who maintains this hate website, which is killing 3,475,000 innocent trans people every single second? The guy who tried to defend his double standards by saying he skipped all the eroge scenes in Fate Stay Night was pretty funny. People showed up to his house with a crossbow. Yeah, exactly. Null went through shit when he was doxxed on the forums. So, and the people that used to be like, to have these standards just seem to have gone, or they seem to have gone, oh, it's anime people, they don't matter. It's a double standard that I really don't like, and it depresses me because, again, I really like Kiwi Farms. I think Kiwi Farms is a great place. Kiwi Farms was unironically a great part of my, formative years. I respect the hell out of Null, even if he's retarded sometimes. I respect Null too. There's no way I would go to pieces if I had to deal with even 1% of the stress that Null does. So I think it's sad that he has this massive blind spot when it comes to VTubing, and he's just automatically on the side of, oh yeah, all the anime people are pedophiles, and it's ontologically justified to do whatever you want to them. And he lets people like Chase and so on get... I mean, Chase is banned on KF, but Chase can still just tell people on the Sharty or on Onion Farms, hey, go do this, and they'll just do it for him, so it doesn't really matter. Don't forget the beauty parlors users who jump in to tear down any woman who's more successful than them. I've never used the beauty parlor, and I'm grateful I never have. All the old people are looking at DSP or Yandere Dev or multiple other cows that actually give milk. Yeah, but I mean, Null has called out, I think it was Wings of Redemption or DSP's A-logs, and he said, you know, you people disgust me because you actively want to destroy this man's life. And it's the same with Pippa. Like, these people that are in the Pippa thread, they genuinely want to see Pippa ruined and FaZe Connect bankrupt and all of this stuff, all of these people miserable. And I'm just like, why? Why? These are silly anime women on the internet that occasionally have lukewarm takes about stuff. It's just sad. It's just sad, bros. I respect that he's willing to fight. I don't respect that he's an absolute retard about his fight and isn't willing to work with people who want to help him and throws away people over tiny shit. Yeah, hijab, I do kind of understand. Make a man plants thread in off-topic lol. What? I don't understand what you mean, Dazzle. But anyway, on that note, I think I'm probably going to stop this stream now because I just realized we're 3 hours. 4 hours. I only intended to be 3 hours, so we have definitely had a stream, and it has been a stream of all time. I think that this return stream, this forum content thing, was a great stream. I'm very glad to be back. I'm very happy I was able to do stuff on it. I really feel as if my passion for streaming has kind of reignited. Thank you all very, very much for coming to this stream. And again, I'm just very grateful to have you all. I really am. You do me proud. I'm very grateful that you think that I'm worthy of your time or energy. Go to sleep. Try not to kill another tuber. Thanks for the stream, Bird Boss. Thank you. Good stream. Call me hijab again, and there will be pizza at your door. Look, this is very tiny font, and I have difficulty reading names at the best of times. It's not my fault. Your name is Heljeb, I think, or Heljab. I can't quite tell. Again, it's like size 9 font on a screen that, and again, my eyesight is just not very good to begin with. Great stream, Procman. I really appreciate that, Decato. Thank you all. I will, next week, oh, good grief, I have to look up another, like, 30 or 40 pages worth of stuff. Help! But I just want to reiterate before we end, if anyone wants me to cover any particular topics on this stream, please use the thread that I have created on TVA, or use the stream material channel. Because again, I've got this giant thing where I keep everything that I want to talk about, and I can just add your stuff there. I will generally do my best to read everything in the thread for all the pages, but I don't touch events, I don't touch any of that stuff, so I'm definitely going to miss stuff. So I really do appreciate it when anyone gives me any kind of material to work with. Thank you very much. But anyway, as I said, I will say goodnight to all of you wonderful, beautiful, perfect, amazing, supportive, fantastic people. Thank you all very much for coming, and I will see you on Monday, I hope. Good night. Have fun.